Yes. Now it is start.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to all. I, Pallavi Chakole, on the behalf of Civil Engineering Department, welcome you all on today's first session of FDP on Sustainable Energy and Climate Solution. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Shraddha Kosankar ma'am, a distinguished scientist and researcher in the field of environmental sciences. She is currently serving as the principal scientist at the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Niri, Nagpur. He also holds a position as associate professor at the Academy of Scientific and Innovation Research, New Delhi. Dr. Kosankar holds a PhD in Environmental Sciences and postdoctoral fellowship from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. With over 20 years of experience, she has significantly contributed to the environmental assessment studies, ecology monitoring, biodiversity mapping, and wastewater treatment technology. She has published more than 40 publications, including peer review research paper, book chapter, technical report, and book. Her excellence has recognized with multiple honors, including Outstanding Woman Research Award in the year of 2023. Best Scientist Award by NERI in 2022 and several Best Paper Award at international conferences. In addition to her research, Dr. Kosankar plays a key role as an expert member in the environmental committees, a reviewer for reputed journal, and resource person for training program on ecology, biodiversity, and sustainability. Now, I request ma'am to please proceed the session.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi. I'm very happy to be a part of this program, and I hope almost 28 students have joined. So all our students and staff is also there. Pallavi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll share my presentation. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so once again, a very good afternoon to all the students and the staff of YCC College. Uh, Coming to today's topic on industrial wastewater treatment processes, technologies, and sustainable approach. So, why it is important to undergo the wastewater treatment? We have a lot of lakes, rivers, and ponds, right? And even though having all those environmental resources, it is always we are in a crunch of water. In summer, we saw that many of the people are running for the water here and there. In the part of Marathwada in Maharashtra, we have seen that the people are moving with some utensils for the water. So this is the situation at present, and when we think of that, the requirement of water, every person requires the water for its their daily routine activities, as well as the kitchen waste, kitchen requirement, and similarly, what are the products we are using every day. For manufacturing of that product also it requires the water. So without water there is no product manufacturing, there is no life sustaining, there is no environmental balance without the water. So when we think of that, a key element of this earth is water. So it's our prime duty of every individual to protect that water. Even in the Constitution of India, in the Article 53A as well as in Article 47A, it is very clearly mentioned that it is the duty of state to conserve and protect the natural resources. And the Article 47A, it indicates that it is the prime duty of every citizen to conserve the natural resources. So, although the duties has been assigned to the state government as well as the individual, so it is now in our purview how much resources we are utilizing and how much we are protecting to them. So it is very clear that water is a very important resource of this earth, and because of water only the life is there. So when we see the requirement of the water, it is 135 liters per capita per day. And when we think of the 140 crore population of this country, so we can extrapolate how much water we required for only for the our nation only. If we think the requirement of water is too big, and when we see the resources, it is only 3% of fresh water is available on this earth, because oceans are 97% and fresh water is 3%. Out of that 3%, when we see of this 3% as 100%, only 1% is a fresh water, that is in lakes and rivers. 29% is in underground and 70% is in frozen condition. So see how minimum is the water present with us. So when we know that if we have a very less water, how much we have to protect it. Many a times we do not even negligently we see that the people are doesn't bother for the leakage of pipes, leakage of taps, and they use the water as if it is free of cost while washing the cars, while giving the water to the gardens, or for washing the clothes also, and for the personal use also. So when the water is in a restricted amount, the uh, the requirement of water is up to 1093 million cubic meter per year. In the year of 2025, the requirement of water for all kinds of utilization is 1093 billion cubic meter of water. When we calculate it for all kinds of activities like industries, then power generation, then agriculture, and then household use. So when we calculate for all, it is the requirement is this much. So, with the increasing population of this country, by 2050, the requirement of water will be 1447 billion cubic meter per year. So, it is almost one and a half requirement is increasing. So, the 50% requirement will be increasing by 2050. So, but then the resources are not increasing. Day by day, resources are minimizing. The river, the lakes, the dams, all are in a dying condition, slowly dying condition. They are sedimented. So, the efforts to protect them are negligible. Although people are trying, but those efforts are very less to protect those water bodies. So looking at this in requirement, it is very essential to treat the wastewater, because for every industry, without water it cannot run. And as per the laws of government, any industry cannot utilize the groundwater. Groundwater utilization for the industrial purpose is really not allowed. So they ultimately they are dependent on the rainwater harvesting, on lakes, rivers, and dams. So so we they have a very minimum water, and if they discharge it after utilization, it will be a loss to the industry, as well as if it comes into the other water bodies without treatment. If it is discharged into the water bodies, that will completely make that complete water body will be septic. So even that may cause infections to the people depending on those water body. So it is a foolish decision to discharge that water without treatment, and because of that only there are rules and regulation are being placed. So there is a compliance condition from the Ministry of Environment and Forest. They assign the conditions to every industries while they give the environmental clearance. So in the environmental clearance conditions, it is very clearly mentioned that every industry they have to give the water balance requirement of water for the per million production of their product. So accordingly, if that water is being generated, wastewater, they have to discharge, they have to treat that wastewater on site only. And after treatment, that water need to be recirculated, reutilized, and the use may be reduced. So coming to the wastewater. So what is wastewater? It contains almost 99.9% of water and 0.1% of the impurities. So what are those impurities? Impurities may be like organic matter, microorganism, heavy metals, and some inorganic compounds. So when we conduct the complete process of wastewater treatment, we have to remove this 0.1%. And rest of
Hello?
the,
Hello?
yes,
Ma'am, please
yes.
change the slide. Only first slide is visible.
I'm changing the slide. Are you able to see? I don't know. Show me this. Wait, wait. I'm trying.
Yes, ma'am. Now visible.
Now visible. Okay. So is it moving? Let's check it. Is it moving? Is
Yes,
this
ma'am.
okay? So now I'm on the type of wastewater slide. Is it visible? Types of wastewater.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So coming to the types of wastewater. There are three types of wastewater. One is stormwater runoff, another is industrial wastewater, and other is domestic wastewater. So storm runoff is the rainwater runoff, which takes sediments, pebbles, stones along with it and the soil, and it directly enters into the water body. So on that we do not have the control because that water is directly coming to the water. But we have control on the industrial wastewater and we have control on the domestic wastewater. Further, this domestic wastewater is divided into grey water and black water. Grey water is the water which comes from our bathroom, laundry, and kitchen, whereas this black water it comes from the washrooms, which consist of urine and feces of the human being. And both this grey water and black water they are being treated in the common effluent treatment plant of every cities. So, looking at the pollutant side, there are suspended solids, silts, grits, oil and grease, then biodegradable organics, nutrients like sulfur, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. And then pathogens. Pathogens may be microorganisms. Then inorganics like inorganic salts, mineral acids, metals, and metal compounds. Then non-biodegradable organics like refractory organics, recalcitrant organics, and heavy metals. Then toxic metals and pesticides. Pesticide is generally released from the pesticide industries as well as from the agricultural runoff. Synthetic detergents and dyes and priority pollutants. So out of this, all the pollutants up to 1 to 6 are the pollutants of the domestic wastewater also as well as in the industrial wastewater. Whereas rest of the from 7 to 13 all kinds of pollutants are present in the industrial wastewater. So one type of wastewater is not noticed in all the study material or the records, that is of agriculture, because we know industries, domestic and stormwater, but no book or no any paper or news consists of the agricultural wastewater, because considering agriculture as an industry, it requires a lot of water, but then the pesticides or insecticides is being sprayed on the plants. It also the water which is leached out of the soil, that contains these pesticides and insecticides, so that is also a part of wastewater. So and no studies talk about this. But considering agriculture practice as an industry, there should be certain fixed rules and regulation to restrict these pesticides and insecticides. Although they are there, but still there is no continuous monitoring about it regarding the concentration of utilization of pesticides. Then coming to the sources of industrial wastewater. We know that there are so many industries present in our country, like textile and dyeing industries, then paper and pulp industries are there, food and beverages industries are there, pharmaceutical industries are there. Under pharmaceutical industries, chemical industries are also there, as well as herbal pharmaceutical industries are also there. Then beauty product making industries are also there. Then petrochemical industries are there, then metal and mining industries. In this, power generation industries are not mentioned, but thermal power plant has a lot of requirement of the water. So power industry is also required. So every industry is requiring water. And out of that, the pollutants will be suspended solids, oil and grease, heavy metals, toxic chemicals, and organic matter. So we'll deal all the pollutants one by one. The main objective of the industrial wastewater treatment will be to prevent the all our other water resources from getting polluted. This is the main objective. And second objective is to reutilize that wastewater, because after utilization, ultimately the water achieve certain that effluent achieve certain standards that can be very easily used in the gardens or can be discharged into the water bodies. And also in the energy generation in thermal power plants, we see that cooling water is being recirculated and again utilized. So reutilization is one of the objectives. Then coming to the different classification and characterization of the wastewater, there are physical characteristics of wastewater, chemical characteristic, and biological characteristics. I think everybody is on this slide, wastewater characteristic classification. Yes, ma'am. Madam, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
And we are on the slide of wastewater characteristics. Is it okay?
No, ma'am. These types
We are not on that slide because I have
No, ma'am.
changed the
Types of wastewater is visible.
types of wastewater. Okay, okay. I'm again trying because after that I moved three slides. Wait, wait. So right now I'm on the wastewater characteristic classified into
Yes, ma'am.
physical.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, just for a second, I'll try to move. And is it moving? Is it moving?
No, ma'am.
Not moving. Okay. Wait, wait. Is it moving? Whether the slide is moving?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Now it is moving
Yes, ma'am.
easily? Okay, okay. I see that. So now I am on the slide wastewater characteristic classified into physical, chemical, and biological characteristic categories. So there are three categories of the wastewater, which is the parameters are classified under three categories of physical, chemical, and biological. So under physical characterization, color, odor, turbidity, temperature, and total solids. They are the main characters. We will deal one by one all the characters. Then under chemical characterization, there are organic matter, BOD, COD, pH, nutrients, and toxic compounds. So it comes under the chemical characterization. Then biological characteristic in that pathogens, then non-pathogenic organisms like decomposers or bacteria, and then indicator organism like E. coli. So these are the biological characteristics. So we will see one by one every character. Now we are on the slide of color of wastewater. So the color, it indicates the age of that wastewater. If that wastewater is fresh from any industry, it will have a little light color. But after one or 1 or 2 weeks, if you saw that wastewater, it turns to be in a darker color. Why? Because of the microbial activity present into that wastewater. So color is very important. With the color only we can able to understand whether that water is having uh, what kind of characteristic may that water may be having. So color is one of the important character. Then coming to the odor. In odor, it is it the odor of that wastewater is because of the chemicals or the process which have been achieved for the industrial product, and also due to the microbes present into that wastewater. So, under odors, some of the chemicals like hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, sulfur dioxide, ketol, mercaptans, amines, and indoles. These are the specific chemicals which shows the particular odor of fishy smell or sometimes rotten egg smell. Then these odors are classified as the amines. Amines have the odor of fishy smell, whereas ammonia, it has the ammonical smell. Then diamines, if present into that wastewater, it will show the decayed flesh smell. Then hydrogen sulfide, we have studied many experiments in 12th and graduation also. To so many analysis part, we have seen this hydrogen sulfide is having the rotten egg smell. Then mercaptans, they are having the decayed cabbage smell. Then mercaptans of T-butyl and protein, they have skunk smell. Then organic sulfides, they have rotten cabbage smell, and sketols have fecal odor smell. So then temperature. Temperature is all comes under the physical categories. Temperature is important of every wastewater because we know that endothermic and exothermic reaction. When the exothermic reaction occurs, obviously there is heat is generated. So why heat is generated? Because of the rise in temperature. So when certain chemical reaction or any biological process goes on into the wastewater, that will release the heat and that cause the increase in the temperature. When the temperature increases, DO, that is dissolved oxygen of the water, is minimized. And when the dissolved oxygen of the water is high, then temperature is minimized. They have inverse proportion. So temperature is also one of the factor. Then total solids. Coming to the total solids, there are these total solids are being classified into floating solids, settled solids, colloidal solids, and dissolved solids. And we'll see the total solids in detail. So, for total solids, it is the solids completely present into that wastewater. I think this slide is visible. Test test description of solid particles. So, under total solids, mm, that wastewater is being evaporated at temperature 103 to 105, and the whatever remaining amount is there, that is our total solids. And when that same china dish where we are calculating or analyzing our solids, that can be when kept for the volatilization up to the 500-degree temperature, the all volatilized solids will get burned off, and the remaining solids whatever will be remain, that will be the fixed solid. Similarly, in case of suspended solids is being measured and analyzed with the help of filter Wattman glass fiber filter paper, and that fiber filter paper we have to just kept for the kept for the evaporation of that material present in that uh, filter paper. So at 100 degree, if it is showing, then that will show the suspended solids. But when we kept it for the burning up to 500 degrees centigrade, then volatile suspended solids will evaporate, and the remaining amount will be the will be our fixed suspended solid, and it can be very easily calculated in the laboratory. And all the procedures we followed is the as per standard method. There is one handbook present in our institute, or everywhere it is available, that is AFA, and that was published by American society. And that as per those methods, all the chemical characterization is being done. Similarly, for the total dissolved solids also, the almost same process is there, and we have to calculate this total dissolved solids with that method of standard method. Then coming to the pH. pH is also one of the chemical character. It comes under the chemical characteristic because it is presence of hydrogen ions in that any water or wastewater that gives your uh, acidity or alkalinity of that solution. So if the if it is less than 7, it is acidic water. If it is more than 7, it is alkaline water. And if it is 7, it is neutral water. We know that, we studied it earlier. So pH is being measured with the pH meter, and if the water is more alkaline or acidic, so before treatment we have to balance the pH of that water, and after that only it has been processed for the treatment. Then coming to inorganic salts. These inorganic salts are like nitrogen and phosphorus. It pertains the hardness of that water, and this nitrogen and phosphorus, it is required to extract from that wastewater, because if it is for the longer duration in that big container, it will start growing the algae, and for further uh, treatment process it will clog that pipes. So it is very important to remove the nitrogen and phosphorus from that water. Then acids and alkalis. Already I talked about acidic and alkaline water. We have to balance the water, and then only we need to process it for the treatment. Then organic matter, we know that organic matter, every material which contains carbon element comes under the organic matter. And when we treat our wastewater, it is very essential to remove the organic matter, either by degradation or by with the help of microorganisms, or by coagulation or flocculation. Then toxic chemicals. There are two types of toxic chemicals: inorganic and organic, and sometimes they are poisonous also. If it is some petroleum industries or some pesticide industries, so obviously toxic chemicals will release into their wastewater, and then it is very essential to remove those toxic chemicals. Then coming to the wastewater treatment. This wastewater treatment has certain steps: clarification, then filtration, and then pH adjustment, and then control panel. These are few of the steps, but we will go step by step. For every wastewater treatment, there are preliminary treatment, then primary treatment, then secondary treatment, and then tertiary treatment. So there are almost 4 steps. I'm on, madam, I'm on the slide of wastewater treatment overview. I think it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So wastewater treatment overview. There are 4 steps of wastewater treatment. First is preliminary treatment. Also, there are other as advanced after tertiary treatment. These are the very common routinely being practiced in so many industries. But then now there are advanced treatment methods are also available, and nowadays ministry itself directing to the industries to go for that advanced treatment methods, because there are membrane bioreactor, reverse osmosis, and advanced oxidation process methods are there. So they are directing to the industries, because they do not want any of the water resource to get waste rather than it has been utilized properly. So coming to the primary treatment. In preliminary treatment, what happened? They put certain screen. It is like a filter. So all the wastewater being passed to this screen, and from that, what are the bigger material like plastic bottles, plastic bags, or any cloth material, or any bigger wood particle, anything. Those things get restricted there only, and rest of the water has been passed. And then it another container, there will be a grate. So that grate will also have a smaller size. Because of that, rest of the water, when they get settled, the the outlet is kept at the little higher height. So it is coming from the inlet and get settled in the grate, and then passing from the outlet. So the sedimentation is being conducted at the grate removal level. Also, oil and grease is also being removed in the preliminary treatment itself. Then coming to primary treatment. After that, there is a primary treatment, and in primary treatment, what happened? The water which has been screened and was sent to the sedimentation tank. So in the sedimentation tank, whatever the material being settled in the bottom, that is being taken out, and the effluent is passed to another chamber, where they will undergo for the secondary treatment. So in the secondary treatment, what they do, this is another sedimentation tank, which already I explained to you. Then in the secondary treatment, what they do, they use activated sludge process, or trickling filters, or anaerobic digestion. So in the activated sludge process, what happened? The sludge part, which comes on the upper layer of that wastewater, is being skimmed off, and that is being transferred to the some other container. And with the help of trickling filter, the trickling filter continuously move on that wastewater chamber, and because of that, biofilm reactors are formed, biofilm is formed, and bacterial process is being increased. In some of the filter processes, they use aerators. Aerators helps to generate the more oxygen in that wastewater, so that bacterial process can be increased, and then maximum organic content can be degraded. And then with the secondary treatment, it removes almost 80 to 90% of the BOD at this level itself. This is the rotating biological filter. In some of the secondary treatment, many industries use these rotating biological filters. Almost 40% of that filter is on the above of the water level, 60% is in the water, and it moves continuously. So that cause the continuous movement for aeration, as well as the increase in the bacterial movement. And also in some of the cases, they use directly the media and species, different species of bacteria, for feeding on the organic content of that wastewater. But it depends on the quality of that wastewater which is being undertaken for the treatment. In the second image, I have shown that the trickling filter. Trickling filter is that it continuously move above of that chamber, and then the water which is coming from the primary treatment, that is being spread on the media. So this media is utilized because that acts as a substrate for the bacterial growth. So and because of that bacteria, when it grows, obviously it requires more food, so it depends on the organic matter. So this is how the organic matter is being degraded in the secondary treatment process. Then coming to the tertiary advanced treatment. In the tertiary treatment, what happens? Generally, disinfection is being conducted, where chlorination or UV or ozone gas is induced. So, because in primary and secondary treatment, almost BOD, COD has been reduced. So, at tertiary level, the water is almost cleared, and that is being disinfected by UV or chlorination. Then when sludge is in the secondary treatment itself, when sludge is taken out from the chamber to the different chamber, so what they do that with the sludge? So they clarify that sludge, they activate this sludge, and then the solid part is again removed from that sludge, and remaining water content is again taken out or discharged into another container. So this method is also utilized for treatment in few of the treatment plants. Then there are many treatment technologies. There are either aerobic treatment technology or anaerobic. What are the primary, secondary, tertiary treatment which I told earlier? They are used in the aerobic treatment. But there are anaerobic treatment methods also, and those methods are also very cost effective. Then this membrane process or electrochemical treatment with the help of electrocoagulant or electrolysis or ZLD systems, they are the recent technologies and are being utilized in so many cases. Even we have seen that the RO filter which we use in our house, that is based on this UF ultrafiltration, and then ultraviolet radiation, and as well as uh, it absorbs the suspended solid as well as the total solids from the tap water. So this is based on this advanced technology. But in the industries, unless it is being instructed by the ministry to use go for the ZLD, that is zero liquid discharge, industry do not want to invest more, because in ZLD there is the investment is much higher, because ultimately that water, making that water up to the drinkable level and utilizing RO method for wastewater is more costlier than all these methods. So this is one of the method which is developed by NERI, high rate transpiration system. In one industry of near Pune, Coca-Cola factory is there, then Mahindra and Mahindra company is there. So they are utilizing this technology, and in this high rate transpiration system, what happened? On a complete land, either degraded or non-degraded land will also do for this, and in that land, ridges and furrows are being made, and on that media is being spread. Media can be any organic material that is being spread, and on that plantation is being done, and the wastewater at certain flow rate being discharged onto that land. So what happened? These plants absorb the water, because ultimately plants require water for their transpiration, their photosynthesis, everything. So they will take the water, they will grow, and rest of the pollutants will struck onto the that land, and remaining water is being discharged into the groundwater. So this media and soil that help to treat that wastewater. If that is organic wastewater, then absolutely there is no problem to use this technology, because ultimately soil microorganism as well as the plant microorganism near to the root of that plant, they will also help to feed on that organic matter, and this is how the wastewater is being treated, and the pure treated wastewater will discharge into the groundwater, so that will be the harmless. So many of the industries are approaching for this technology, and it is available with the needy. Then coming to the phytorate technology, this is one of the technology being developed by the NERI also, and it is almost similar to the high rate transpiration system. How the plants are accumulating heavy metals from the wastewater, then how they are doing phytodegradation, then phytoassimilation, then phytotransformation, phytovolatilization, and phytostimulation. This is for the organic contaminants. But when the wastewater is inorganic, then in that case phytoextraction, phytoaccumulation, phytostabilization, and phytofiltration. So it is the same phenomena, how plants are utilizing all its machinery for taking up the pollutants from that wastewater, and then they are not, because that pollutant or intoxicant is being mobilized into the and fixed and stabilized into the plant, so it will not allow that pollutant to get released into the soil, and that will not percolate into the groundwater. So this is a good, it's a complete engineered machinery. Plant is the engineered machinery which absorb all the pollutants. Then vermi stabilization technology. This is also I work on this technology. Uh, Even earthworm, with the help of earthworms, we can absorb the organic material, and the water is being treated. Almost up to 85% of COD is being reduced in the first treatment itself, and and the remaining that effluent is very because I work on this topic in my thesis. So the effluent which we receive with the help of this treatment method will have lower BAD, really, and minimized COD, and the heavy metals will also get removed into uh, that media. So the whatever the treated effluent we are receiving, they are being tried for the biosis studies of fish, then onions, and then algal biosis studies, and it was proved that that was healthier to the fishes also, and the proper growth of the plants were taking place into that, and as well as the biosis studies with respect to onions were carried out for their cytological studies, and it was observed all their cell cycle of that cell cycle of that the root tip of onion were studied, and in that the cell cycle of mitosis were studied. In mitosis, uh, all their phases were arrested: metaphase, anaphase, telophase. So in all the phases there was no genetic deformities were observed in that root. So it was proved that the method of wastewater treatment for organically containing material was safer with this method. Then coming to the constructed wetland. Constructed wetland is similar to the kind of phytogrid technology, in that a certain area is being constructed where plants are being planted there, and the wastewater is being flowed with certain flow rate by adjusting with the flow meter, and then it is being collected in certain different chamber, and after collecting that wastewater effluent in different chamber, it has been clearly checked whether it is feasible, whether it achieves the standards as per the given by CPCB, and if it achieves the standard, then only it will be allowed to discharge into the water body. So this constructed wetland was first demonstrated by NIRI itself, and then it has been implemented at so many places at Delhi and in some of the places of Chhattisgarh. And also in our institute, we have uh, kept one experiment, and that is one. Nala is there, and on that nala the plants have been planted, and which are absorbing the heavy metals and pollutants from that nala, water of that nala, and then rest of the water is being discharged to the for further processes. So this is also one of the method people use. Then another method I talked about, the anaerobic digestion process. In anaerobic digestion process, what happened, the wastewater is first preliminary treatment is given to the wastewater. Then after that primary treatment, and after primary treatment it is being given to the anaerobic chamber. Anaerobic chamber is nothing but it is a digester which is devoid of oxygen, and only microbial activity will be there, and few microbial cultures will be incorporated into it, so that those microbes will feed on the organic matter of that wastewater, and it will help to release the CO2 and methane. So this when methane is released, obviously we use it for the power generation as well as for the as a biofuel. So this is the best method because it doesn't require much electricity for operation of this biogas digester, and whatever the solids remain or the sludge remain out of this process, that can be utilized as a biofertilizer, or sometimes we can make a very good biofuel out of it. We can make the briquettes or pellets, and that can we can add few more calorific constituent into it, so that it will increase the calorific value of that product, and that can be placed in the market. So this is how the circular economy took place. We are extracting all the elements from the waste to wealth. What we talk about is waste to wealth. So this is one of the good technique which is being done at so many places. If you have visited to the Haldiram in Nagpur, they have applied this technology. The wastewater of Haldiram food industry is being taken to the biodigester, and they are taking the biofuel, that is LPG gas, methane gas. So all their chips and bhujia being cooked on that only, and then they make the power also. So that power is being utilized in their whole industry. So and the remaining the solids, they are utilizing it in their farm. The farm is also very close to the that industry, and they are cultivating all their products there only. So that is being utilized into the farm only. So whatever the constituent taken from the environment is being returned to the environment. So this is how reduce, reuse, and recycle concept is being applied in the Haldiram industry. So you can have the visit also. Then zero liquid discharge, same zero liquid discharge is based on the anaerobic digestion, as well as if it is not anaerobic digestion, and if it is aerobic digestion, in that case also the tertiary treated wastewater can be applied for the reverse osmosis. So in the reverse osmosis, all the pollutants get removed, and the outlet will receive the water, uh, the effluent water, that will be completely clear, and that will have the criteria, that will meet the criteria of drinking water standards. So in some of the industries, like I have studied this type of work in the Anjar. There is Welspun textile industry. So Welspun, it is placed in the Gujarat, Kutch area. So in their premises, they have a big treatment unit, and in that they are utilizing all the wastewater, and through zero liquid discharge and all other process, the outlet, which is the final product of water they are receiving, is achieving the drinkable water standards, and they are utilizing it for the drinking purpose also. So at every step they have followed all the principles, and ultimately the product which the solid, the biosolid they are receiving at the end of complete treatment, that is having a very good calorific value. And on that on that uh, material, we have done some research in our institute, and we made a very good vermicompost from that, as well as some briquettes, pellets. So that was having a very good calorific value. So this is how we can utilize the material solids present into that water, as well as liquid, for the drinking purpose. And if it is not reaching up to that standard, it can be utilized into the farms and gardening. So this is how the complete water need to be utilized at the source point itself. It should not discharge into the water bodies. So this is the that's why it is called as the zero liquid discharge. We are not discharging our liquids to any of the water bodies. We are utilizing it at the source point itself. So this is compulsion from the ministry to so many industries, especially to the textile industries. So they have to take care of the all their liquid discharges. Then sludge management. As I told you, whatever the sludge is coming from that wastewater treatment unit, that need to be dried. In some of the places, that sludge is kept for the drying, or at some of the places, that sludge is being spread on the belt, and another belt is kept on that below belt, and that is being pressed. So the water content is squeezed off, and that cake formatted sludge is being passed on and is being collected to another container, and then that container, either they make some product there only, or sometimes they carry that product to some other places for further utilization. In some of the sludges, they contain the algae, lot of algae also. So that also contains the very good organic matter, and that helps for the increasing calorific value of that product. So sludge management is important. We cannot throw the sludge anywhere. And then we get the another product, because ultimately we need the energy for every industry. So we get the another product, or the industry can sell that product to some other parties. So this is how they can get the economic benefits. Then sustainable approach. In this sustainable approaches, ZLD is the most accepted approach. Then anaerobic digestion is the best approach. So now it is compulsory to all the industry to go for zero liquid discharges. Then the use of treated wastewater. So all the industry, they are utilizing their wastewater in their premises for gardening or for the agriculture purposes also. Or if it reach to the criteria assigned by the CPCB, they are allowed to discharge into the water body. Like in our case, Baidyanath pharmaceutical industry is there placed in the bus stop area, Ganeshpet area. So it is in the mid center of the city, because that industry has started when there was no rules. But then after having those rules, they cannot shift that industry. But they have the part of the industry they have started in the Desaiganj area. But the main industry which is running here in the bus stop area, so all their chawanprash and tablets are being made in this industry only. So the wastewater releasing from that industry is being treated there only, by primary secondary treatment, and for the tertiary treatment it achieves the standards of CBCB, and then after that they discharge that wastewater into the Nagnala. So, and after every 6 months, a person from ministry comes for the visit, or from the MPCB. MPCB is the State Pollution Control Board, and the person from officer from that department comes to the in that industry. They check whether that industry is reaching or achieving those parameters up to the COD, BOD, and pH, whether they are accept in the acceptable range, then only they are allowed to discharge it into the river. Otherwise, they will given the show cause notice, and the fine will be penalized to them. So it is very important for all the industries to keep all their criteria within the permissible limit. Then after reaching that parameter, after reaching the to the after reaching that uh, permissible limit, there are certain tests which that industry need to carry out: fish bioassay studies, sometimes algal bioassay studies, and onion bioassay studies. But generally in the industries, they do not have the competitive staff for this. So generally, fish biases studies, they used to give this their treated effluent to the institutes for the studies, and then they have been given report whether that uh, water is comes under the criteria prescribed by the CPCB or not. So this is how we also conduct these biosis studies in our laboratory, and it is very easy studies. It requires almost 1 week, and anybody, the person who is not having the biological background, can also conduct these studies, because we have to first do the exploratory test with the help of water. Then after that, at different concentrations, we have to keep that water in different containers, and we have to put almost, for example, 10 fishes in each pot, in each aquarium, and then we have to keep observing at every 24 hours. So at based on the concentration, what is the mortality of the fishes, and then we can get the a straight line graph, whether how at what concentration death of the fish is noticed. And accordingly there are certain calculations, and based on that we can come to the conclusion that whether the water is feasible for the discharging it into the water body. These are the standard prescribed by the CPCB. pH should be within 6.5 to 8.5. Then color, which is noticed in the PCB, should be 150. Then BOD should be less than 30. COD should be less than 250 mg per liter. Then chloride should be less than 1000 mg per liter. TSS, that is total suspended solid, should be less than 100 mg per liter. The total dissolved solid should be less than 2100 mg per liter. The total chromium, that should be 2 mg per liter. It should be less than that. Then sulfite should also be less than 2 mg per liter. Then phenolic compound should be less than 1 mg per liter. Then SAR, that is sodium absorption rate, that should also less than 26. Then ammonical nitrogen should be less than 50 mg per liter. If that effluent have this permissible limit criteria, then it can be discharged to the water body. Then what are the challenges in industrial wastewater treatment? The first challenge is that it requires a lot of land for its treatment, and nowadays land is very costlier. So a lot of area of that industry is, they have to dedicate it for the treatment purpose. Then another part is sludge removal and sludge drying. So that also require another unit, complete unit. So for that also they require land. They require electricity, because for moving the trickling filters, for moving the reactors, they require electricity, which is very costly. Then it requires a lot of manpower for operation of these reactors. The requirement of a skilled manpower will be there. So that is another problem. Then sometimes public complaints comes if there is a odor problem. We have faced this problem in the Nitta gelatin industry, which is placed in Kochi at Kerala. So there was one gelatin company, and they were extracting that gelatin from the uh, cow bone, and those cow bones they were receiving from the Uttar Pradesh in trucks, and from that, by processing those bones, they were extracting gelatin. And doing all these processes, the surrounding area was facing the odor problem, and because of that, the whole matter went to the NGT. You might be knowing about the NGT. It is the court of, and it is like a court, but they deal with the cases of environmental background. Only environmental science cases they deal. So it was the court case, and then we have conducted the complete studies for them, and we have seen the hesitation of the local people when we enter to that industry itself. So the surrounding people were, some of the people were sitting for the strike just outside of that industry, and then protests were going on. So the situation was very difficult to handle for the police also. So in that case, industry need to manage how to control their odor problem. The surrounding people should not face any problem. So they have to. Then we have suggested so many solutions in our report also. Then sometimes there are judicial issues, like if for any negligence, if water is not treated properly and it get discharged into the water body, and at the same time, if some inspector or inspection took place from the MPCB, so they will catch hold to the industry that you have done this mistake, and they will penalize to them. So it is very meticulously they need to handle this problem. So these are the challenges while dealing with the industrial wastewater treatment. Then the conclusion, industrial wastewater treatment is critical for sustainable industry growth. It requires a regulatory framework, and then treatment technologies should be updated, upgraded, and those technologies should also be, should not be very complicated, but help to remove maximum pollutants. Then resource recovery is the most important point in all treatment technologies. How much resource you can recover from that resource, and then you can utilize it for your getting other benefits. Then monitoring and control is highly required in every treatment unit, and then it need to ensure whether that water is being properly utilized or not. It should not happen that you have treated the water and now it has been discharged anywhere. You have to utilize it completely at the source point itself. So this is, I want to give the message that the resource, the it is very costly resource and very important resource of this earth, and which need to be recovered and reutilized. This is one book I published, Industrial Wastewater Treatment by Vermi Technology. It is based on my PhD thesis. Then these are the publications available online. It is published in Water Science and Technology. how these vermifilters are beneficial for aerobic biological treatment of herbal pharmaceutical wastewater. So there are many pharmaceutical wastewater, but I selected this especially herbal pharmaceutical wastewater, and it was treated with the this wormy filters, and the effluent which we received was very clear, and this whole technology was very cost effective and sustainable. So this work was already published online in Water Science and Technology, and other papers I published. They are available online, like the solid biosolid which we received from the. Okay, so from the Wellspun industry we received the sludge, and that organic material, from out of that organic material we made a very good vermicompost as well as some biofuels. So on that also the paper is available there. Then biogas generation, I work on the Haldiram wastewater, that is food industry, and then herbal pharmaceutical wastewater. On that biogas generation also I studied, and that work is also available online. Then toxicity removal, and then toxicity bias assessment with the help of this crustacean cereodaphnia. That work is also we have done. So these are some papers, and these are the topics on which I especially give my time for the wastewater treatment. Then thank you very much. I have few slides. I'm not saying thank you because I have one or two videos which I want to show you. So if you, I think we have a time, and I can show those videos. Please give me 1 minute. I'll share that video. I'm sharing the video. That video is visible. Is the video is visible, madam?
No, ma'am, not visible.
Okay, okay. Wait. उसको शेयर करना पड़ेगा, उसको वो करके उसको अनशेयर करके इसको शेयर करना पड़ेगा, फिर से शेयर करना पड़ेगा। शेयर स्टॉप शेयरिंग आया। Madam, is this video visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Okay. There is another video I want to show. Madam, madam, am I audible? नहीं, share नहीं
Yes,
कर.
ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, okay, yes. Another video I have started.
Yes, ma'am.
This is actual situation of India. Okay, I think you have seen the both the videos. So in second video, you have seen what is the situation of our nalas, rivers, and this shows that how important to protect this natural resource. So I think I come to an end. If any questions are there, it is always welcome to answer them.
Nine,
Hello,
ma'am.
any question?
Any
Uh,
questions?
yes,
Hello.
madam. Actually, I want to ask one question.
Hmm.
Can industry reduce the treatment cost while still means meeting the compliance standard, madam, for this type of the waste water?
For that, they have to first do the small pilot scale studies based on their concentration of that wastewater, what kind of wastewater is that, and then how much is the quantity of that wastewater. They have to first set small pilot plant. In that, they can analyze the complete cost of that much quantity of wastewater. So without that, it's very difficult to understand them also, because sometimes we consider it as a very simple wastewater, but then when we put for the complete a big chamber and the complete treatment unit, sometimes it gets failed. So for that, they have to initially conduct the pilot plant studies, and in that, they if that water is achieving 100% treatment up to permissible limit, then they can go for that treatment procedure and process.
Okay,
I
madam.
think yes,
Thank you, madam. But madam, I want to ask one more question. Is there, madam, in future there is a AI automation can be used for monitoring the wastewater treatment?
definitely, definitely. They are already AI is being utilized in so many industries for monitoring the parameters. In so many thermal power plants, in hydropower plants, they keep watch with the help of AI tools that if any changes are being occurred into their parameters. So AI is very important for in every sector.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Yes. Any other question?
No question from participants? Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for such a knowledgeable session for on treatment of industrial wastewater. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. I think I should leave. Shall I leave,
Yes,
ma'am?
ma'am, you can leave now. Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am, you can leave now.
Thank you, madam.
When will be second session?
Sir, second session start at 3:30 p.m. sharp.
Okay, thank you.
And all participants are, I'm requesting all participants, quiz at 6:30 to 7:15 p.m. That's a compulsory for getting the certificate. In that 70% marks is compulsory. And after that, you have to fill the feedback from also, that available on Atal portal. So you have to log in through your Atal portal and complete this task at 7:30, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. in between. Okay. So all of you may continue this class. Session start at 3:30 p.m.
Hello? 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 Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Ankit sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, we will just start with your introduction, sir, first. Then we'll start with the session.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Sanket, sir?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sir. Sir, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ankit Kathuria, Assistant Professor in Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Jammu. He holds a PhD in Civil Engineering with specialization in Transportation Engineering, along with MTech and BTech degrees in the same discipline. Dr. Kathuria research focus on pavement material and design, sustainable transportation system, highway and airfield engineering, and road safety. He has published extensively in reputed journals and conferences, serves a reviewer for leading journals, and has guided several UG and PG projects in transportation engineering. We are honored to have him as with us today, and I warmly welcome Dr. Kathuria to deliver his expert lecture. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I will just share my screen
Yes, sir.
and start presenting the slides. 1 second. Okay. So, is the slides visible?
Yes, sir.
And the transition is also happening, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So, well, a very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ankit Kathuria, and a brief introduction has already been given. And thank you, Yogesh sir, to invite me for this talk. It's a pleasure to always, give a talk to the events that you are organizing. And I think the title of the talk that has been given to me, or the area in which you wanted me to speak, was very, very relevant, and that was sustainable transportation planning. So it's a very broad topic, but I think in limited time, I can teach or make you all think a little about sustainable transportation practices, and then share some understanding that I have acquired over the time about this title or this topic. So moving ahead, now this is a definition of sustainable transportation. So sustainable transportation means all forms of transport which minimize fuel consumption and emissions of carbon dioxide and pollutants. It can refer to public transport, car sharing, walking and cycling, as well as technology such as electric and hybrid cars and biodiesels. So I think this is a very comprehensive definition, because the key words that are highlighted in red and yellow here, which says that all forms of transport, then it talks about fuel consumption, it talks about public transport, not the private transport, and it talks about walking and cycling. So these can be identified as the keywords which are related to sustainable transportation. There is a second definition, which is given by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. The definition is like the sustainable transportation is the ability to meet the needs of the society to move freely, gain access, communicate, trade, and establish relationships without sacrificing other essential human or ecological values today or in the future. So whatever resources you are using today, you should always keep the interest of the future citizens into the mind. So that's very important. You can't consume this resources now and then come up with technologies making the life of future citizens very difficult. So it's a balance. It's a trade-off between new technologies and keeping the interest of the future citizens intact. The bigger question that as a sustainable transportation engineers, planners, we have to answer is that why not we keep using the cars or the private vehicles that we have been doing from quite some time? What is the problem? Well, one thing we all would agree that the private vehicle does impose enormous burden on the society. When I say this, the first and the foremost thing is crash risk or the road accidents. So there is a loss of life, pain, suffering, which is involved. Now imagine how many times have you heard a metro crashing or a railway accident? The frequency is quite low. But when you talk about roads and the people getting involved into accidents in private vehicle, the frequency of these kind of events occurring is quite high. Having said that, the road collisions are the 12th leading cause of death worldwide. Now, I'm assuming because this data is a little old, but it stands somewhere in the first 10 now. And it is first cause of death for people whose age varies between 5 to 29. So this is a very serious number. Now, 92% of deaths occur in low and middle income countries because we have come up with good, nice automobile technologies, but the infrastructure has to cope up with those technologies to make the travel on the cars very safe. Third is during periods of air quality or poor air quality caused by vehicle-induced smog, which we see even in the area like in Nagpur also. Go to the congested area and see when there are fuel-driven vehicles, you will feel suffocated. And of course, the private vehicles are causing respiratory-related diseases in the citizens, and of course, these things lead it to a quite unsustainable growth in the area of transportation. Well, there is one more problem by if we just keep using cars and don't really move in public transportation system is the loss of sense of community that we get when we are moving in public transportation system is quite high as compared to using private vehicles or private cars. Because when you're moving in PT system, there is a lot of social interaction happening, and when you are driving your car alone, that is lost completely. So these are a few reasons why not we stop using car, or why not we just keep going as we are going with no change. So what does it all mean? Should we move to public transportation? What should we do? The problem is not very simple, because if I say today you stop using your private cars, stop using your bike or metro or buses, you may have a lot of questions. You can throw a lot of questions on me. See, look, I can't use buses because I have to walk from my home 2 kilometers to the bus stop and then board the bus and then come. Of course, there are many problems which you may all be facing, Or someone would say there is no sufficient space sitting. I don't get a seat when I board a public transportation system. Let it be bus, let it be metro. So there can be multiple problems. So what are the, but having said that, what are the problems, what are the benefits of if you use public transportation systems? First is it ensures safety. See, if you are into a metro, if you are into monorail, if you are into a buses, the frequency of accidents occurring is quite low as compared to private vehicles. Another important point benefit is it saves money. Of course, when you are, because in car you know how much it is costing you for the same trip, and I think it is at times quite less when you are traveling on a public transport mode. Third is it eases traffic congestion. Well, if you use modes which are moving in the dedicated corridors like metros or BRTS, you kind of don't really enter into traffic congestion area. Also, if you are using buses, then you are kind of shifting from your private vehicle to buses, and you are contributing in easing out the traffic congestion on the roads in the city. Next important benefit is improving air quality. Air quality is definitely, if all the people, those who are moving in private vehicles, they shift to PT modes, the air quality will certainly improve, because nowadays electric buses are also coming into picture, which has the potential to control the air quality in the cities at least. And lastly, the benefit is it reduces energy consumption. So these are very, very important benefits. There is a figure which shows that a 1% shift from people using the car to bus would mean a 10% increase in bus use. So that's the scale of number we are talking about. But we all know this. We all know public transport systems are important. We all know sustainable modes of transportation are important. But why it fails, why the entire concept of sustainability fails at time, has to be looked with a very careful understanding about the political will, as well as the problems that various cities of different sizes are facing. So we'll start highlighting 10 major problems, and we'll start from the 10th first, and then we will move on to the first one. Well, the number 10th problem is the poor image of public transport system. Now imagine the first figure you see, I'm a person who is employed into a very good corporate job, having a salary of, let's say my minimum, what I'm earning is, let's say as a corporate manager, 50 lakh per annum. But then why would I choose public transport system which doesn't has a AC, or which the probability of getting seat is less than 50%, in which the driver who is driving the bus doesn't drives in a way that I feel safe. He will drive very fast or brake very differently. So there's a lot of loss of comfort. And then when I have to go to a particular meeting, I may or may not get exactly at the same time. The bus is not waiting for me. So there's a lot of, because of all these reasons, a kind of poor image of public transport system is developed. Low travel time, reliability, and all these things. And also what society thinks, when you earn money, of course, your success is kind of measured by your ownership of a vehicle. So what you see on the right hand side, there is a successful man who is driving his own personal vehicle, is that's thought to be a successful man. And the other man who is just walking to his office or walking back to home is considered as an unsuccessful man. So that's the poor image of sustainable modes that we are creating in the society. On the other hand, a person who walks, a person who uses public transport is contributing largely to the society for improving or taking the city towards sustainable practice. Ninth, because we are moving in the reverse order. So ninth reason is failure to meet the needs of specific group. We have just, as we were just talking, working class, or second important group is disabled person or a person who is differently abled. Are we able to provide them right friendly environment? For example, if I had to travel from a city Nagpur to Bhopal, I may or may not choose train if I am differently able, because I'm not sure that whether if my train is coming at platform number 3, whether I'll be able to reach to platform number 3 using a wheelchair. In few railway stations, of course, the lifts have come into picture, but in majority of the railway stations, there is no lift, there are no escalators, and the person is forced to climb on the stairs and then cross the platforms. So it's very difficult for a disabled person to even think and think of traveling onto trains when these kind of things happen. Another is whether children are feeling safe when they are moving in public transport system. So these are certain specific groups which, if the public transport system or sustainable practices are not fulfilling their demands, they would rather prefer private mode of transportation, or like cars or two-wheelers. That is much better to them. Let's see what is the next important point. Point number 8 says poor integration among public transportation modes. Now imagine your trip desire is from point A to point B, but your house is located somewhere a little far from any bus transit station or a metro transit station. What will you do? From point A, which is your house, you will take an auto, you'll reach to a transit station, then you'll take that transit line, then you again get down at that transit line, again take an auto, and again then go back to reach your office. And then when you will see this total cost, that taking an auto, taking an metro, and then again taking an auto, three-wheeler, and then coming back, if you total that cost, you sometimes realize that it is costing even more than my trip that I will make by using my private vehicle. So then comes the mode choice modeling. You start choosing the mode which is cheaper in terms of cost. Of course, you will do that because I will rather travel on my two-wheeler. Why to take metro and why to take auto? Now, the problem is not your problem. Problem is that we have not integrated modes. See, it's what there comes like little poor planning. See, every public transport system has to complement the other system. Now imagine if there is a metro line and there is a bus line, the route of the bus, and if both are going in parallel, I'm not complementing. I'm rather creating another parallel public transportation system. But imagine if I connect your home with the help of buses to a particular metro station, and then if you get down at the metro station, you again at a bus that can take you to your office. So your last mile and first mile connectivity problems are solved. So integration among public transportation system in terms of first mile and last mile connectivity are very important when you're talking about sustainable transportation practices or sustainable transport planning. The 7th reason, unreliable and inefficient service. Until and unless I develop a trust on public transport system, I would avoid using it. Somehow when you talk about Delhi, the trust on the metro is quite high, because metro, if it says the next train is coming in 3 minutes, it will come in 3 minutes. But the same level of trust may or may not have been with the buses, because buses, sometimes the public information system is not working. You don't know when is your next bus coming. You go by those static timetables which are placed on the bus stops, and sometimes the bus is expected to reach in 10 minutes, it will reach at 15 minutes, or sometimes it reach even earlier. Both ways, the buses become unreliable, and there will be delays, there will be issues with the travel time. All these service related issues creates an negative image in the mind of the citizens, and they unfortunately stop using public transportation system. Number 6 is poor network planning. See, it's when a city is planning a public transport system, it should not just concentrate it at a particular location where they feel that they'll get maximum ridership. Now imagine the most populated area in your city, and you feel that I get service of the buses in that central business district of my city, but when I go to the peri-urban areas, the outer peripherals of the city, I usually don't get a public transportation service to use, and then that's why I lose trust and the interest of using public transportation system. Having said that, the network has to be distributed in a way that nobody is away from any public transport stop more than 500 meters. So if you get a public transport stop in half a kilometer, walking distance, or half a kilometer of distance by which you can cycle or take an auto or take an e-rickshaw, you will prefer using the public transport system. So the distribution of the stops, the design or the route planning has to be done in that way, so that the stops are very near to the residential areas and are not very far from residential areas. So this is an expectation for better public transport network planning. Another concept, an example cited here in front of you, is transit-oriented development. Well, the problem number 6 that we just saw, TOD is a solution for that. Imagine there is a public transport line, as you see here, and see very near to the line, the FSI is quite high. There are high-rise residential buildings which are placed near to the corridor, or there are high-rise buildings which are made as in commercial establishments. So both ways, this help increase the use of public transportation system, because if everything is near to the transit hub or the transit line, you tend to use that public transportation system more than anything else. TOD as a concept is a very wide concept, but for us, when we are talking about sustainable solutions, the TODs will help in improving the first and last mile connectivity. For our case, when we are talking about PT systems, it will help promote more walking, because when you see there is a transit line in front of you, you would rather walk or cycle, or you will avoid using any e-rickshaw or auto because of the nearness of the transit unit to your either the office or your house. So TOD concept is very important, but at places, if not designed well, people sometimes fail implementing TOD, because TOD or transit oriented development are successful concepts for metropolitan areas where there is the density of the people living around is quite high. But for tier 2 cities, implementing TOD in the similar way may be a problem, can be a disaster also. So planners have to carefully implement TOD when they are talking about sustainable transportation solutions. The number 4 is limited strategies to curb usage of private vehicles. See, when you have to promote sustainable transportation modes, what you can do, you have to disincentivize the people, those who are traveling, by their private vehicles. I'll give you an example of New Delhi. So in New Delhi, there is a CBD, of course, and we let's say there is a place, cannot place, which CP, as we say in New Delhi, wherein 5-6 years back the parking charges were quite low. I mean, we used to pay 20 rupees, 30 rupees for 1 hour of parking, and side by side, metros also metro network in Delhi was also very nicely planned. Now, what used to happen is that when I had to I used to stay in Marani Bagh. There is a place in Delhi, and I used to travel to CP area. I thought that I'll move from Marani Bagh, take an auto, then board a metro, change a metro line, and then from Violet line to Yellow line, I'll change the my metro units, and then I will reach the Connaught Place. So I felt it is quite hectic, and also, if I'm moving on my own vehicle, it is costing me less because parking charges are not quite high. So that's why I'll just park my vehicle and then I'll be done. But what the Delhi government did, they started increasing the parking prices. So what they did with Connaught Place, they increased the parking charges to initially in between. It was somewhere close to 100 rupees for I think 1 to 2 hours of stay. So usually people, if they go to Connaught Place, it takes at least 2 hours for you to walk, do shopping and do other things. So that's why when you're talking, I mean, 2 hours you're paying 100 rupees or 200 rupees for as parking charges. On the other hand, if you come by public transportation system, you don't have to pay parking charges, and then the mode choice modeling happened. People preferred moving on the metros, traveling by the metro rather than using a car. So that's what and how the change happened. So you have to create strategies to kind of hit the minds of the citizens in a way that they stop using their private vehicles. Another examples of doing this is congestion pricing. Not very popular in India. Congestion pricing in cities you might have hardly heard, but this concept is like, if you are crossing the most dense area of the city during the peak hour, where there are so many vehicles, you will be charged while traveling in those particular areas. So imagine a toll inside the city, okay? But then what will you do to avoid a toll inside the city? You would rather not either take your vehicle there. You would rather prefer to go by a public transport system to save your in operation cost. Or what you will do, you will walk in that area, park it somewhere in multi-level car parking, and that's how you are disincentivizing the user who is traveling by private vehicle. So this is another way, congestion pricing. Indian government is trying for it, but I think we don't have many examples of actual real life congestion pricing thing. Number 3 is failure to market public transport. How are we marketing public transport? Okay, and what are other countries doing? So let's say if you have to travel on public transport, there are some advertisement like use your brain, catch the bus or train, because these are some catchy lines by which we have to basically nudge the private vehicle owners that you use your brain, travel by these modes, because you're contributing. First is you'll be paying less, and then you'll be contributing less to the you'll be contributing more towards the benefit of the environment. Well, the another catchy line is dump the pump, leave your car at home. So these are some catchy lines to promote the use of public transportation system. So it is like, how are we advertising or marketing our public transportation system is very important to nudge the driving behavior. Nudging the behavior is most important thing to do. So how do you nudge a driver? How do you nudge a small kid who is in school, and he telling to the parents, "Ke Mama Papa will not use our own cars. We would rather use bus or metro today because car बहुत pollution मचा रही है." ठीक है, but उसमें ये मत बोलना कि I will use electric car and it will not pollute. Well, even if it is electric car, it will still cause congestion on the road network, and congestion will lead to delays on the road network, and that's how it becomes unsustainable. The number 2 is no national strategy on public transportation. We do have national urban transport policy. Well, the focus of National Urban Transport Policy in India is that we say that we have to move more people than more vehicles. Moving more people means coming up with public transport modes which takes more people together in one go, rather than taking one person in one car and occupying a space of, let's say, 2.5 into 5 meter, this much big box on the road. No other person can be, I mean, just a single person occupying that much area on the road is very complicated. So that's why we need to have a national strategy on public transportation and its integration and its planning. Okay. So recently, a meeting happened at the PMO office, wherein they called all the directors of IITs and School of Planning and Architecture, and they discussed that should we have a integrated transportation planning unit for India, just like Korea, China, Singapore, and so on. So those discussions are going on, and then in future we would see that there is an integrated transport planning unit that comes up for India very soon. So they are planning for having a hub and spoke model, wherein one institute will become a hub and the others will be acting as a spokes. The number one I've not kept here. So number one, intentionally I removed that slide because I wanted to speak it out rather than putting it in black and white, is the political will is the number one thing by which either the PT public transport will fail or it will not fail. When I say political will, you might have heard that in few cities there was a bus system that was created, which is bus rapid transit system. It was created in Ahmedabad, it was created in Bhopal, it was created in Amritsar, it was created in Delhi, jisme there were dedicated buses which are moving on those dedicated corridor. Now what happened over time? Over time, whenever a new political party was coming into picture, they thought that we will just remove this system. Like first they did with Delhi, the 10 kilometers was removed and it was celebrated that no, public transport system like this is not successful because private vehicles ko jagah nahi mil rahi hai gaadi chalane ke liye, and that's why we are removing this system. Bhopal, they thought we'll remove it. Okay. Now they are touching Amritsar, because Amritsar, they say that its system is coming, but people are not shifting to these buses. What to do? So rather than improving the image of public transport, they concluded that bus rapid transit system is a problem. So well, for persons or people, those who do the advocacy for public transportation system, these kind of disaster will keep on happening if the planning is or the political will is not in that direction. See, building more and more roads, more and more flyovers will not solve the problem. It can solve the problem up to a certain limit only. No number of roads can control the population of India on roads. Only the public transportation system, or making your land use in a way that we promote walking, or designing, redesigning, rethinking your areas so that more people walk, is what is the need of the hour. So that is the number one thing, which is the political will. Because agar political will hogi or citizens ka support hoga, so then things will happen. Because political will also comes from reading the minds of the citizen. Ultimately, if you as citizen are not careful about sustainability, the political will anyways die off, with time. So that's one very important point. Another thing which I thought that I will speak out in today's class is one of the case study, which is over and above the public transportation system. I thought I'll talk about that in today's class. And this strategy of sustainable transportation is basically for countries like India, Malaysia, Vietnam, where we see that the motorcycle traffic is quite high. Okay, so that's why I thought that towards the end of my lecture I will present a case study So this is over and above PT systems. I'm not talking about public transport here, but I'm talking about motorcyclists. The biggest problem, and I will connect it with sustainability, of course, towards the end. The biggest problem in India that we are seeing nowadays is that earlier we used to say that pedestrians are dying, people, those who are walking, are dying on Indian roads and are the vulnerable road users. Then we started saying that people, those who are on cycles, are vulnerable road users because in India, anybody can hit them when they are on cycle or a person who is walking. Now, with the increasing number of motorcyclists or people on Activa, bike, scooter, the number of the deaths are increasing multifolds. And because of that, the motorcyclists are now becoming the vulnerable road users and have now been starting counted into VRUs or vulnerable road users on Indian roads. Well, the road crash scenario in India we have already seen, but a little more, a couple of more understanding that India has the second largest road network. Imagine, and we are first in the number of road crash deaths. 11% of the crash-related deaths in the world are happening in India. Okay. The alarming number is that in India, 3 motorcyclists are dying every hour in road accident. Now imagine by the time this talk gets over, 3 people would have died because of on motorcycles because of road accidents. So because of this alarming numbers, the motorcyclists moving on the road have become quite unsustainable. They are not. It's not sustainable for the country because it is resulted into economic loss, a life loss, and it impacts the country in the way which we can't even quantify at times. So what to do? What to do to handle this this problem of motorcyclist? See, there are multiple ways by which we can improve the improve this or decrease the number of accidents and improve the safety of two-wheelers. But before that, we have to understand that why motorcyclists are vulnerable or why they are they are into more risk. First problem is that because of the imbalance, because as you are moving on scooter or motorcycles, there is an instability, as you brake or you take turn. This two-wheeler is on 2 wheels, so your stability depends on your balance as you are maintaining or have acquired over the time. So this imbalance causes a lot of problem. Second is lack of protection. In cars, you have an external body protecting you. In two-wheelers, you don't have any external body. You are exposed to any external crash. High speed two-wheelers, as we find out space, we try to increase, accelerate, and move around the road. And the last one is mixed traffic. Two-wheelers are moving with trucks, are moving with four-wheelers, are moving with small mini trucks and trailers. Don't you think a mode of transportation which is not protected by an external body is moving with very rigid bodies like cars or trucks or tractors or trailers? It's extremely risky, extremely risky, and it's highly unsustainable for them to move on under this kind of mixed traffic conditions. So motor, and there is another important figure which I have presented in the last of the slide. It's that 70% of the vehicles, 70% of the vehicles in India, the registered vehicles, are motorized two-wheelers. These can be scooties, Activas, or any other motorized two-wheeler. And it accounts for 40% of the fatalities which are happening on the road. So one thing is for sure that India has very high motorcycle traffic number. So The objective that for this case study is that we have to first examine the key challenges which are affecting the safety of motorized two-wheeler. We have to explore the innovative road design, because ultimately we have to protect people, and we know 70% traffic is two-wheelers. Then we have to explore innovative road design and vehicle-based intervention to enhance safety. And then a recommendation in terms of actionable and practical solutions that can be implemented within the existing policy and infrastructure frameworks of Government of India. Important number, an alarming number of deaths that has happened for two-wheelers or motorized two-wheelers, ranging from 2010 to going to 2024. See, the number has been constantly increasing from 21,000 to almost 40,000 touching now. And this constantly increasing number, we don't see a dip, okay? It's increasing. It's increasing at a very uniform, it's increasing at a very steep rate. And this looks like that it will further increase, it's not taking a dip. The graph is not coming down. So then until and unless we do something to improve it, this number will keep on rising. So this graph that you see here, the first is the crash characteristics, which shows the difference between urban and rural. So the percentage of total fatalities in urban areas for motorcyclists is higher than the rural areas. But again, the numbers of rural areas are also still alarming, whatever share it is having. Another, the graph that you see, the bar chart in the red color that you see is the number of deaths and the reasons of how death has occurred. So they see the head-on collision, vehicle overturn, hitting with a fixed object, run off from the road, hit from side, hit from back, hit from with parked vehicle, hit and run case. Hit and run case are quite high. And see, hit from back case are 32,907, hitting from the back. So why it is happening, hitting from the back? Because if a truck hits a motorcycle from the back, there will be imbalance and then they will die. So these problems are very major problems and need to have certain solution. So there is another crash fatalities by type of user behavior. Even user behavior like wrong side driving, use of mobile, drunk driving, and overspeeding. Overspeeding is one of the major factor that has been highlighted as a poor user behavior when they talk about motorcyclists. So the behavioral risk factor, if we try to see here, is overspeeding was the cause for over 75% of the fatal two-wheeler crashes. Wrong side driving, mobile phone use, and drunk riding is also contributed significantly. And other is the helmet non-use. Over 16,700 fatalities involved rider or pillion riders not wearing helmet. 66% of these deaths were among riders and 34% among the pillion riders. The risk factor in terms of road design, the first risk factor was narrow shoulders. Second was poor lane discipline, because the motorcyclist, somehow our behavior is that we will select whatever gap we get between two vehicles and we try to speed up and come ahead of those vehicles. Abrupt median transition, which is inconsistent width and sudden gaps, confuse riders, encouraging wrong side driving. And then drainage and pavement gaps, common in these are very common problem with infra in urban and rural transition, that there are water stagnations, potholes, which causes the loss of control of the vehicle. So designing roads without considering two-wheeler compromises safety for nearly 70% of Indian vehicle users. So that's one of the biggest problem. So in terms of vehicle design, the anti-braking system is absent in most of the low-cost bikes. Well, when we talk about four-wheelers, we now know that the advanced driving assistance systems are coming in almost cars which have the cost around 11 and 12 lakh also. But in two-wheelers, we don't see any ADAS technology coming up that at that frequency or at that rate, which is coming for four-wheeler vehicles. So this also causes a major problem in terms of the vehicle design. In two-wheelers, of course, there is a lack of protective shells and the other things, the headlamp design and reflectors are usually neglected when we are talking about the two-wheeler design and causing major problems. So considering this type of vehicle design, there is a very alarming figure that a motorcyclist is 26 times more likely to die in a crash than a car occupant. Yet design safety is often neglected when we are talking about two-wheelers and motorcyclists. So this serious is the problem. There is an international comparison of the type of, the motorcycles. In India, the share of motorized two-wheeler is around 70%. Thailand, it is 75 to 80%. And in Germany, Europe, it is less than 20%. Well, this could be one of the reasons that why infrastructure design has not been done for two-wheeler riders, because all the various codes, as we see of Indian Road Congress, couple of them we take the text from the ASTO codes or the codes which have been developed for in the developed countries. But in those countries, the traffic or the two-wheelers percentage is quite less. That this is the reason their research is not focused on two-wheeler riders. But in Indian context or South Asian countries context, the research must be done because the number of percentage is very high when we are comparing it with the other countries. Well, the share in road deaths, as we see, 45%, 50 to 60%, and in Germany, France, European part, we are saying it is around 10%. So there it is of very less concern because the percentage is very low. Now, helmet law enforcement, on the other hand, in India is very weak. In Thailand, it's moderate to strong, and in the developed nations, it is quite strong. Another infrastructure-based improvement, which is the dedicated lanes for motorized two-wheeler, because people have been talking about it from past 10 years, dedicated two-wheeler lanes. In India, rare, no doubt the percentage is 70, but we rarely see any dedicated two-wheeler lane in India. In Thailand, it is, and Vietnam, it is commonly available. And in Germany, it is rare because of the low MTW volume. Then the ABS regulation, it is partial, it is mandatory, and it's mandatory for all MTWs when we are talking about Germany or Europe. So key takeaways are that India has highest MTW fatalities share among other countries. South Asian countries have similar MTW exposure but better enforcement and segregation. Europe's MTW safety is higher due to vehicle standard enforcement and lower exposure. So what to do? The important thing for a country like India is that we must start designing for inclusivity, which means creating a road ecosystem where two-wheeler can operate safely and efficiently and not just coexist as it is happening from quite some time. So what are the design principles for this inclusive transportation system and sustainable as well? The first is having a dedicated segregated lane for motorized two-wheeler wherever feasible on urban arterials or state highways and even national highways. Wider shoulders or multimodal corridors to absorb two-wheeler traffic in mixed flows. Visibility and delineation, clear marking, nighttime reflecting measures, junction treatment considering MTW, turning behavior and acceleration, and road furnitures like sign, bollards, and medians designed keeping MTW or motorized two-wheeler as a user in mind for and understanding their maneuvering behavior is very important when we are talking about infra design. So what is a dedicated two-wheeler lane? So this is a photograph which shows what is an exclusive and inclusive two-wheeler lane. So provision of separate lanes for motorcyclists that can reduce the potential conflict with other vehicles. If I altogether push them into a separate lane, then the interaction of vehicle with motorcyclist will reduce, and then this will result into reduced conflict, will result into improved lane discipline and predictable behavior, lower accident severity. Because you might have realized that the most notorious of the drivers are the two-wheelers on roads. If they are separated, we may still think of achieving a better lane discipline on the mixed traffic part of the carriageway. On the other hand, inclusive two-wheeler lanes, as you see here, are the paint-separated two-wheeler lanes. Requires a larger enforcement in place. Otherwise, people will not use it properly. But there are certain challenges of using exclusive or inclusive two-wheeler lane in India. One is the space constraint in Indian urban roadways, because there is always a challenge that whether we will get sufficient space or not in the corridors, because pehle hi we have started breaking BRTS corridors or BRTS separations, and then if this comes into picture, the car owners may think that फिर से हमारा carriageway width reduce हो गया तो फिर से इसको तोड़ो. So those kind of things, those kind of challenges are always there. There can be challenges related to maintenance issues, let's say waterlogging or illegal parking on dedicated two-wheeler lanes. Those are certain issues which may occur. Design uniformity is missing across states. Not every road can have a dedicated two-wheeler lane because of ROW restriction, or the land use along the roads is not supporting in that way. And cost of implementation versus the perceived benefit. It may so happen that the cost of implementation is high, but the benefit that we are thinking in terms of reduced road accidents, in terms of better lane discipline, and in terms of reduction in even emissions, if we compare these benefits with cost of implementation, if there is a trade-off, we can go ahead, but if it is other way around, then it becomes more challenging to implement. So there are certain standards. By the way, there is a new IRC code which is coming up on exclusive two-wheeler lanes. The code is set for printing, and the IRC will release it very soon. So these are certain takeaways from the upcoming IRC code on exclusive motorcycle lane. These are recommended practices for exclusive motorcycle lane. So as per the standards, the design speed for exclusive motorized two-wheeler lane is around 60 km/h. The lane width is 3 meter for motorized two-wheeler and 2.5 for inclusive motorized two-wheeler lane. So the width is in range of 2.5 to 3 meter. Of course, it is why minimum 2.5 meter is kept, because 2.5 meter minimum gives an opportunity for overtaking when two-wheelers are moving together on the same exclusive lane. And the decision of how 2.5 is coming into picture is in terms of certain minimum gap that we are maintaining between the vehicles and safety margins from the edges of the road. Now, this selection of 2.5 meter is similar to the selection of a 3.75 meter single lane carriageway as we see in normal road cross sections for highways. So and the single lane selection is also done in a similar way, wherein we keep a car in between, see that the width of the car is somewhere around 2.44, and then we keep certain safety margins. And but in two-wheeler, rather than just keeping one vehicle, we are just keeping two of the vehicles together here, and we are keeping a width of 2.5. In cars, if we have to allow overtaking, in that case we keep the width of the carriageway as 7 meter, as you might have seen in various cross sections. So it is there from which the geometric design documents from which we are taking these kinds of understanding for providing 2.5 meter lane. So speed management zones, we have to talk about traffic calming measures. We have to provide urban safety zones to control the MTW crashes on roads. Next is, if you come up with the two-wheeler lanes, the biggest problem or the challenge happens when you are how to deal with the intersections. Because if you have dedicated two-wheeler lane, will it continue on the intersection, or will it stop a little distance before it is approaching intersection? How it will happen? So for that, these figures I have been provided here for the first figure that you see here. The first two are for exclusive motorized two-wheeler lane, wherein you see this small division or the segregation that you see here is for the two-wheeler, and this two-wheeler then gets segregates and comes and stands in this particular box. The designing this width of the box also is an iterative process, and has been done at a couple of institutes, including IIT Jammu. So what we see here, that the vehicles will come here and then they will be released first before the four-wheelers, and they'll again go back into the dedicated two-wheeler lanes or take a right turn or a left turn or so on. So these treatments on the intersection becomes important. And what you see here is a four-arm intersection. What you see here is a three-arm intersection. And similarly, in the inclusive lane also, which are separated by paints, there also these box junctions kind of things are provided. And the challenging thing here is the designing signals for this particular intersections. And to my best understanding, as part of the IRC H1 committee, a new code, the work has already started on a new code for signal design, wherein they will be providing different type of phasings for considering these kind of segregations, like dedicated two-wheeler lanes or segregation in terms of public transportation systems, which is BRTS. These are some figures to show you that how a dedicated two-wheeler lane, when it has to go through a light a VUP, how will this be done? This second image shows that how the traffic from a mixed traffic lane will be entering into the dedicated two-wheeler lane. And this particular third image shows that sometimes, like there are footover bridge, these crossing bridges can be made for dedicated two-wheeler lanes for crossing the road and then moving to the other part of the road. So these are certain facility types. These have been developed in other Southeast Asian countries, but are not popular or have not been seen in India, because firstly, the code is about to come. Things were already not in place, but as soon as the code comes, things are in place. You will see this is getting implemented in a couple of sections in India. These are further treatments for dedicated two-wheeler lane when they encounter a bus stop or a bus lay-by. How will those be taken care? So in the first figure you see here, there is a bus shelter, and the easy way is to just move it behind the bus shelter. Another way is to, if there is a bus lay-by coming here, you keep it in continuation, okay, and then there is an opening which is provided here, but you see this yellow strips which have been marked here. Because of this opening, there it may so happen that the two-wheeler may collide with the bus. So that's why this transverse bar marking are provided to reduce the speed of the two-wheeler, so that this conflict, if it happens, either it is a safe kind of conflict with no accident, or even if a crash occurs, then it will not result into a fatal accident. So these are different configurations as we see. These are other images, some 3D images which have been created at IIT Jammu to understand how the two-wheeler maneuver will be happening. So this is nothing but an image to show egress and ingress when you are shifting from mixed traffic lane to a dedicated two-wheeler lane, or how the transition is happening, how you are moving from a mixed lane to a dedicated two-wheeler lane. So all those kind of things. So these are color markings, because as you come up with dedicated two-wheeler lane, you need to mark it with different colors. So these are certain color combinations, like a blue color for MTW lanes and a green color for the footpath. So this can be adopted. and some two-wheeler lane symbols that can be provided. And here is a symbol. Symbol has been made a little humble in terms of a female sitting on a scooty, because the term motorized two-wheeler sometimes is interpreted in a way that we are talking about motorcycles only. But we're not talking about motorcycles, we're talking about all type of motorized two-wheelers, which can be scooties, Activas, electric two-wheelers, and many other type of two-wheelers. So these are certain symbols, signages, which have been created by IIT Jammu to provide, I mean, this will be coming up in the code for motorized two-wheeler lane entrance sign, motorized two-wheeler lane ahead, motorized two-wheeler lane crossing sign, motorized two-wheeler lane sign. You know, all these new signages will be now added as part of the IRC code. So overview of vehicle safety operations for two-wheelers. So the active safety features like ABS, traction control, daytime running light. Now DRLs have started coming. Like I'm using Ola electric vehicle, so I cannot switch off the headlight, you know, for that vehicle. It's always on. So then side stand, engine cutoff, cornering, and these are certain safety features which are very relevant when we are talking about the motorized two-wheeler. There are other passive safety features which are certain type of using certified helmets, then the leg guards, protective jackets with armors, reflective stickers and reflective clothing when you are driving motorcycles, and airbag jackets, which are another advanced features. So safety comes both as a combination of prevention and protection. So the passive safety feature helps in preventing it. So that's why in this active and passive safety features, both should be used hand in hand to improve the safety of the two-wheelers. Well, the certain terms, which is like anti-lock braking system, which prevents wheel lock during sudden braking or improving control and stability. Then there is combined braking system, which distributes braking force to both the wheels, especially useful in scooters. And they say that as per certain reports, ABS reduces crash risk by 31% for motorcycles. So that's a very big number. And in India, with certain data, it has been shown that ABS has shown 25 to 30% reduction in skidding related crashes on wet or rough roads, because the locking will not happen, and then you know, the skidding will be prevented. And this is especially effective at preventive rail wheel lock, which is common in panic braking when you suddenly brake. So other is ISI standard helmets for that we are using on two-wheelers. Full face helmets offer better protection for jaw and face, as we say. And the BIS compliance of the standards ensures shock absorption, chin strap strength, and penetration resistance when it's impacted by something. Then another is helmet effectiveness. It reduces head injury by 69%. And Moth 2022 reports that around 50,000 deaths due to helmet non-use have occurred, both for riders and pillion riders. There should be promotion strategies, awareness campaigns to improve the safe rider. I mean, this can be done by NGO partners and, of course, other agencies. Then mandatory helmet laws for pillions introduced in many Indian states already, and use of reflective helmets, side stickers, light colors to improve the visibility of the motorcyclist. Vehicle dynamics, couple of things we have already seen, but tire grip, center of gravity, and suspension qualities are also three important parameters for improving the stability of the two-wheelers. And design implications, like two-wheelers with wider tires and monoshock rear suspension, improve the balance and the bump handling. Scooter with small wheels are more prone to tipping and instability during sharp maneuvers. And riders are advised to maintain correct tire pressure and check the damping strength regularly. So these are certain protective add-ons for the two-wheelers: leg guards, airbags, back protector, anti-crash bars. So these are a couple of riders would already be knowing it, but just a picture to represent that. technology integrations when we are talking about ADAS. So if there is approximately alert, because there are a lot of blind spots when you are wearing helmet, you can't see what is happening in the corner, what is happening at this side, that side. So the advanced ADAS system will help alerting drivers, warning for the nearby vehicles. How the alert is sent is, of course, the tech part. Then GPS-based speed warning. So if you increase the speed, you'll be alerted that your speeds have been increased. And voice assistance and heads-up displays are important part nowadays when we are talking about two-wheeler riders, because hands-off handle, you can't do it for a longer time. Then crash detection and SOS alert, monitoring tire inflation pressures, as we are doing it in four-wheelers, like in Hyundai cars, there is tire monitoring happening on the screen. All those kind of things are important for two-wheeler as well. Indian framework in terms of policies, the Motor Vehicles Amendment Act 2019 says that increased penalties for helmet non-use and legal backing for mandatory helmets and ABS and CBS rules, push for digitized enforcement, e-chalaning, and Bharat NCAP, as we all know, are the safety rating systems extended towards two-wheelers and roadmap. Well, global policy, wherein World Health Organization say that human error can't be controlled. People, those who are driving will commit errors, but we have to make forgiving roads, and also for forgiving vehicles. So the key pillars here are safe vehicles, safe roads, safe speed, post-crash response, safe road users. So these are the important pillars, 5 key pillars of global safety. Emphasis on shared responsibility, government, user, and manufacturer. See, government alone cannot make roads more safer and sustainable. It's the users also who have to contribute along with the manufacturers. Public awareness efforts have been done with the help of Twitter, by NGOs doing it, and the school and youth education. They are also very focused in doing all these things. There have been changes in the CBSE and the state syllabus from 8th standard onwards, introducing road safety as a curriculum in these courses. There is UN Road Safety Week, which is celebrated annually in India with student participation. These are other enforcement which we have already talked, so I think I can manage to skip it. Then role of manufacturers and innovation. We have talked about ABS, we have talked about other features, NCAP future extension to two-wheelers. So these are few things which comes under the category of manufacturers. So holistic approach to two-wheeler safety is, there is no single solution that works in isolation. Road design is there, vehicle safety is there, and enforcement and education. All these 3 things have to go hand in hand to improve safety. And all these 3 pillars must function together for systematic safety. So short-term measures, a couple of things. Short-term measures can be improving road signages and pavement quality, upgrading shoulder surface, ensuring ABS, CBS compliance, visibility enhancement, and targeted helmet distribution drives. So these are some short-term quick measures. And medium and long-term are creating dedicated two-wheeler lanes, for which the code is now already there. Then safety rating systems and AI-driven interventions are the future of two-wheeler safety, as we see. Vision for safer two-wheeler India is that we have to reduce two-wheeler fatalities by 50% at least by 2030, and then align with the UN decade of action for road safety targets, building inclusive and resilient road networks, as we see, and of course continuous monitoring and policy evaluation that happens over the time to understand the and improve the crash stats from India. So the road to zero deaths, it starts with acknowledging rider vulnerability and designing the roads for it. Well, thank you. So we can now have a quick discussion, or any question if you would like to ask.
Sanket sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can ask for the question answer session.
Participants, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Sir, this is Mohit Singh Katoch from Nagpur.
Yes, sir.
I have one question, sir. I
Sure.
basically hail from hilly state, Himachal Pradesh.
Mhm.
So I would like to ask, are there any specifications or modifications going to be done for two-wheeler rider safety in the hilly regions also in future? Are there any proposals?
Well, not in terms of providing dedicated two-wheeler lanes on narrow road, but yes, if in hills the carriageway width is at least more than 7 meters, so there they can think of providing inclusive two-wheeler lanes. But for two-wheeler safety, of course, we are working on a couple of things. Like nowadays on hilly areas, we provide rumble strips, which can cause a problem to the two-wheeler. So these companies, those who are dealing with cold plastic paints, are providing different type of TBMs, which can reduce the speed of the vehicles as well as doesn't cause a danger to the two-wheelers. So these are the kind of things which are happening for hill areas. Having said that, in hill areas, coming up with dedicated two-wheeler lanes on narrow roads, it's very challenging. So that's one thing I would answer. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any other participant? If have question, please. So if no one can have any question, okay, sir. Sir. So as there is no participant, I have no doubt here. I sincerely thanks Dr. Ankit Kathuria, sir, for sharing his expertise and delivering an enlightened lecture today. I also thank all the participants for their active involvement. We truly appreciate the time and effort taken by Dr. Kathuria, sir, and we are grateful for his valuable contribution to this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Sir,
much for it.
it was very nice presentation, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge.
Thanks for inviting, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, next session is started at 5 p.m. sharp. So all of you please stay in this meet. Okay.
Nikhade, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who is hosting next session, sir?
Monali Wag, madam.
Yes,
And
sir.
she will be joining with another login or Ankit sir login.
Sir, I log in from trainer app.
Okay, sir. Okay, ma'am. Actually, Kadare sir will come now and he will check whether his presentation is visible or not. Once it
Okay.
is done, you can start giving introduction and then uh, we will start his presentation, ma'am.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, so he will just join in few minutes. I have just reminded him.
Okay, okay, sir.
All participants don't leave the class. Just session started in minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can you hear me, sir? You are not audible. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, now you are audible, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. You can just
Mm,
try sharing your screen once.
yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, shall I start?
No, 1 second, 1 second. Let me check first.
Okay, sir.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can start now.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon to one and all present here. I warmly welcome you all for the last session of the Faculty Development Program on Sustainable Energy and Climate Solutions. Today, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Yogesh Kajale, sir, Senior Vice President of the Engineering Planning and Design at PG Shirke Construction Technology Private Limited. He is a civil engineering graduate from COEP and brings with him over 35 years of experience in structural engineering, project planning, and prefab construction. Sir has been an instrumental in developing the precast and prefabricated construction technologies, designing high-rise structure and long-span structures, and contributing to the national standards and the committee under the BIS, CSIR, and CIDS. He has also published the several number of papers on the topic sustainable construction and earthquake engineering. Sir, we are very honored to have with us today. I welcome you, sir, and now I request you to proceed with your session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good evening to all. Uh, Today, I'll be focusing on sustainable housing, particularly in multi-story construction and the multi-story construction used in mass housing. So basically, the India being a developing country, we have an enormous housing shortage, and that's exactly why the central government has announced PMAY housing schemes and boosting the housing in general. So today my presentation would be focusing on precast construction, how the precast construction is sustainable and how it can be implemented on a large housing scheme. I'll start the presentation. I represent, as briefly indicated, I represent an organization which is BG Shirke Construction Technology Private Limited. These are only 2 slides just to introduce what exactly is our contribution in precast construction and how we arrived at a sustainable solution to provide mass housing. The organization was set up prior to independence in 1944. And since 1944, initially we started construction using conventional cast in situ. And in 1970s, we introduced precast system for building construction. So during last more than 5 decades, we have achieved the requisite expertise, experience, as well as track record in delivering mass housing, in delivering the precast houses to the nation. So it's a more than 80-year organization. We pioneered precast construction technology way back in India, way back in 1972. The factory was set up in 1970 and actual construction started using those precast element in 1972. The technology has been effectively transferred from lab to land. It's not that we implemented the technology without going into the requisite testing. With this technology, we had constructed more than 3 lakh houses in various zones, in various seismic zones, in various weather conditions, and in buildings varying from ground story to 39 stories. Every year, we built almost about 200 lakh square feet. We have a dedicated workforce of 25,000 people working with us. The manufacturing units were set up in 1972, and the cost of plant, equipment, machineries owned by the organization is more than 1,400 crores. So that's the capital investment. What exactly is the system? Here, this is only a 5-6 minutes video, which will emphasize how the construction happens and what exactly is the precast system. I'll start the video. Is the voice of video audible?
No, sir.
Voice is not audible?
No.
So this was the video. Hello. नाही अजून नाही आलं रे. आले की मी अपडेट. Yeah, sorry. The video, was the audio audible of the video?
No, sir, audio is not audible.
Okay. Anyway, there could be some issue with the audio. But the video was basically showing how exactly the precast construction happens. First, the components are manufactured in the factory. The factory is automated, fully automated. So there the material consumption is, the wastage is very minimal. Where the concrete is produced, it gets transferred to the manufacturing station with the help of buckets or shuttles, concrete shuttles. So the wastages in transporting the quantity or the concrete as well as the quantity of exact concrete is poured into the element. So that ensures that the material consumption is bare minimum, rather no wastage is happening. Now, how the sustainability aspect is covered in precast construction? Sustainability by definition is basically the practice of meeting present day needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So whatever raw material or the natural resources are available, we must be able to utilize them to the bare minimum possible ways. It involves holistic approach that integrates environmental, then economic and social dimensions to create the society that can coexist with the planet on long-term basis. This concept emphasizes responsible resource use, fostering social well-being and achieving equitable economic growth while protecting the environment for generations to come. Now, what exactly is the need of end user, particularly who occupies the houses? His requirements are bare minimum. He requires affordable initial cost. He requires reasonable amenities. He requires acceptable external appearance. He also desires to have the houses to be delivered in shortest possible time. That's speedy delivery. Then it must have secured enclosure, the community enclosure, then required usable area. The required usable area must be provided and it should be maximum within the available built up area, and it should not required or hardly any minimal maintenance should be required after occupying the house. Now these are basic needs of the end user, and who fulfills this need? The role is of promoter developer, could be a private developer or could be a government body, then architect who design the building, basically the architectural planning, then the structural engineer who ensures the stability and creates the structure which can withstand for the service life of that building, and the contractor, rather the constructor. So these are the four key elements who ensures that the end user's needs are catered with the sustainability and affordability. Now, as per Merriam-Webster, sustainable is basically defined as it's of relating to or being a method of harvesting or using a resource so that the resource is not depleted or permanently damaged. That means we should be able to recycle whatever is being used in the construction after expiry of the service life of that particular structure. It could be 50 years, could be 70 years, depending on the type of the structure. How a civil engineer can ensure the sustainability in housing? In my opinion, every civil engineer should ask basic three simple questions: what, why, and when. What exactly is required? Naturally, obvious answer is strength and durability. Why? Because safety and sustainability. And when? Within the shortest possible time. Now, these three questions has three answers but one solution, in my opinion, and that solution is precast construction. Why? Because it ensures judicious use of construction material, reduction of wastage of materials, reducing emissions during the production of construction materials as well as product, using more durable materials because the water cement ratio is bare minimum. The casting is happening in the factory under a covered shed. Use of products that contribute to safe, healthy, and built environment, use of materials which can be recycled, and use of construction system which minimizes pollution, particularly air, water, as well as noise during construction. So these are the prerequisites to meet the sustainability in housing construction. With this background, if we look at what exactly is the heritage of of India, see, precast that way is not a very new construction technique which is being discussed or is being adopted in today's scenario. If we look at the Taj Mahal or the temples or forts, we will see that all these structures were precast. What exactly was the precast? It's not made in concrete, but it's made in stone. Precast is basically manufacture the element away from the construction site and then transport those elements to the construction site and then assemble and joint effectively so that the structure can be erected within the minimal possible time and the structure can sustain all the intended loading conditions as well as climatic conditions and disaster in case it happens so, like storm or wind or earthquake. So these monumental structures are basically our heritage structure, which are precast, not in concrete but in stone, not because concrete is not sustainable, but due to it that it was not invented at that time. Had the concrete been invented during those days, our ancient must have also used the same concrete to produce these kind of structure. So precast technique is that way not new, nothing different for us. Now, when we talk about precast, the first question, the sustainability is basically that the structure, whatever is created, must give full service life during the life of that structure. How will it be ensured? Unless and until we assess the performance of this system, no one can guarantee that precast construction system will sustain the intended loads. And with this basic prerequisite, it is essential that any new innovative system must be tested on full scale. What exactly is full scale? Full scale doesn't mean that if we are going to build 20-story building, then entire 20-story building is to be tested. Full scale is basically that it should accommodate all the types of joints which typically goes into building construction, and a minimum 3-level structure is to be subjected for simulated earthquake loading. That exactly is what full scale testing. We have various Indian standards. However, these standards do not provide the full scale testing requirement of a building structure. Adopting new technologies without adequate theoretical and experimental validation can certainly result into disaster similar to that happened with school buildings during 2001 Bhuj earthquake. You might be aware in Gujarat there were 6,000 precast schools which were built in 1997 to 2000, and then in 2001 Bhuj earthquake happened. During that earthquake, 73% of these school buildings, those buildings were single story, 73% of school buildings were collapsed and damaged severely. So untested technology, if implemented, it will not result into sustainable construction. Modeling, analysis and design as well as construction of RCC precast structure is very complex phenomena particularly in absence of formal standards and guidelines for them. We do not have detailed guidelines and detailed standards currently for precast construction. Casting, erection, and jointing are important challenges which demand expertise in execution, and all these are coupled with skill supervision. In many of institute or even in colleges, the precast construction is not being dealt thoroughly, and our engineers are truly unaware of precast construction, the intricacies of that construction, intricacies in design of this particular system. We have one Indian standard which talks about ductility, and ductility is very important, particularly in case of seismic design. IS 13920 is that standard that recommends precast construction can only be used if they are designed to provide similar level of ductility as that of monolithic RC structure during as well as after an earthquake. So 13920 Indian standard doesn't ban precast construction, but in fact it promotes. And while promoting the precast construction, the standard recommends that it must be ensured that the precast system must provide similar level of ductility. In a simple word, what exactly is ductility? Ductility is an ability to undergo deformation without collapse. Lauchikta. So ductility is basically that. With this background, Central Public Works Department, which is an apex civil engineering body in India, they have come up with two office memorandum which highlights on the requirements of full scale testing. So that office memorandum provides how the representative sampling is to be done for full scale testing, what should be the loading protocol, and what should be the acceptance criteria. So in India, we have detailed guidelines on full scale testing of precast construction. Our experience in India is that these school buildings, I just mentioned in 2001 during Bhuj earthquake, these buildings were precast, and all these 75%, almost 75% buildings were damaged and collapsed. There is one test which has also been conducted at one of the leading laboratory, particularly at CBRI Roorkee, on 3D volumetric prefab structure, and this structure also doesn't perform to the acceptance criteria. So the criticalities of jointing, the criticalities of structural configuration, the selection of jointing is very crucial in precast construction to make the building sustainable. We have these two glaring examples how the precast structures have failed in India. With this background, we also decided that we must provide the solution to our nation, which will be perfectly suited to our seismic conditions. And with this background, the full-scale testing program was undertaken by our organization, not recently, but long back. In 1984, we started the testing, whatever test facilities were available during those time. Now, why full-scale testing is essential? The claim about safety, stability, and resilience of any building construction technology has merits only when the same is subjected to intended loading on full scale rather than simply relying on assertions. With the growing demands of construction of tall structure, it is extremely important to ensure that every component with its connection that goes into the building structure is tested thoroughly to ensure that the system performs to the desired specification. The inherent difficulty in replacing damaged or underperforming product once it is installed in high-rise building is quite obvious, as it involves a lot of expenditure. Sometimes it is virtually impossible to carry out any repairs due to non-availability of access, and the resident of the buildings will have to live with the problem for the rest of their lifetime in that building. So full-scale testing ensures correctness of four parameters. One is design, the second is detailing, the third is production, and the fourth is installation. So after thorough testing, all these parameters are established and assured. It's as simple as that. Whenever any student gets admission into college, and if the student attends the college regularly, he is not declared pass unless and until he faces the examination, and then the he faces the test, and then only the student is declared as pass. So merely relying on the presumptions or assumptions of design, no construction system can be considered as a system which will perform on the design assumptions or design parameters. That's the reason why full scale testing is very essential. The left side is the photograph of the production unit, how the production happens. On the right side and the middle one is the precast building, which were constructed using the system which I have described earlier, that is 3S system. When we started 1970s, we have conducted various tests on 3S prefab with the facilities whatever were available during those years. It started in 1970s, and in 2025 full scale testing were also completed. These are the few photographs how the testing happened on a sub-assemblage level, on a component level, as well as on a full scale level over the period of last 5 decades. Recently, I'm going to share with you how the full scale testing has happened on precast construction to ensure that the system is sustainable. The first test was conducted on a representative model, or rather on a representative full scale building, which was of steel plus 24 story. The critical floors were extracted from that particular building, and those two level structure on the left side, those two level structure was subjected to reverse cyclic push pull loading through actuator. Then the middle one is again a column beam slab system. The bottom story is a soft story, no wall pan, no walling. The top story is again a soft story, and middle story was considered as an investigation story. Again, this represents the real size building of steel plus 22 story. On the right hand side, this is a precast RCC load bearing wall panels and the slab. This real size building is steel plus podium plus 30, that is 32 story building. And this particular structure is a 4-room structure. Of that 32 story building, these 3 structures were subjected to pseudostatic reverse cyclic loading. The left one was at Roorkee, and the middle one as well as right one was at MNIT Jaipur. After testing, the hysteresis were plotted, and what exactly is the ductility, that was ascertained, and it matched with the provisions of IS 1893. The cracking pattern was also studied, how the cracking happens, and then the backbone curve was analyzed. This was the first test which was conducted in 2010. Then the second test, there were on the column beam slab structure, 2 tests were conducted in both the orthogonal direction, and on wall panel structure 3 tests were conducted. These were conducted at MNIT Jaipur. This is a short video of the first test. See, in this is a time scale video. you can see how the building is getting deflected. Total 20 hours this test was going on, and we deflected this building to the tune of 120 millimeter. So the first test, rather first two tests on that column beam structure, total 20 hours the loading was going on. The loading was basically a cyclic loading with an actuator installed at top of that structure. Cyclic loading is basically, it's a displacement control loading. So from 0 to 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter to 0, 0 to -1, -1 to 0. Such 3 cycle comprises of 1 cycle. So from whatever is the resistance to displace that structure to that particular cyclic loading is recorded, and that is considered as the capacity for that particular cycle. Each cycle was then repeated 3 times, and then 1 millimeter, then 2 millimeter, then 3 millimeter, like that. And after 10 millimeter, a 5 millimeter increase in the cyclic loading was done. Up to 120 millimeter, the structure was displaced. The capacity of actuator was 100 metric ton. It's a servodynamic actuator. 100 metric ton was the capacity. And the capacity got exhausted. No major cracking happened for that first structure. And then the test was stopped. The drift recorded was well within that 0.4% of the permitted drift, and the resistance was 5.68 times the design base shear. So the test has passed. The ductility was also ensured. After completing those 2 tests, we also conducted the test on wall panel, precast wall panel and slab. This video shows the same test. Here you will find that the displacement is hardly anything, because of the reinforced cement concrete walls, the stiffness of structure is tremendous, and it resisted lot of load in a lesser displacement. For this structure, there were 2 actuators installed at top, each of 100 metric ton capacity. So the structure was loaded for 200 metric ton load. After completing that, we cut the building, the same building. This building was of a 4-room building. The building was cut vertically so that the stiffness is reduced to half. And then again the building was subjected, after first earthquake shock, the building was subjected to another earthquake event. On the left side, you will see how the building is getting deflected. Here you will find that the displacement as compared to the first video is bit larger, because the stiffness is reduced and the capacity of actuator is same, 200 ton actuator. Here you will find that no major cracking, rather hardly any cracking has happened. So the building is actually physically deflected. This is a reinforced cement concrete building. So after completing that loading on that part, then the singular part, which is a leftover part, that was also subjected. On the right side, you will find that. I'll play that video. The standalone part, this particular part, was subjected to load with this actuator. And here, since it's not a symmetrical part, you will observe that the building is actually getting subjected to torsion. This particular part is subjected to torsion. no joint opening had happened, no severe cracking has happened. So this was the fifth earthquake event on the same structure. So after loading this and after observing how exactly was the crack pattern, the major revelation is that this particular building could sustain 5.65 times to 7.81 times design lateral load, and the drift was in the range of 0.33% to 0.97%. In seismic design, it is very important to know how the structure will fail. The structure should not fail suddenly, but it must deflect so that there is an adequate time to evacuate the people or the occupant, and structure should be in a repairable manner after completing that earthquake event. So the building, we tried to increase the drift to understand how the building is going to collapse or how the joints will collapse. But we found that even after increasing the drift to the tune of 0.97%, the permitted drift is 0.4%. Still, no joint was opened and the building could sustain the loading. So our major takeaway from these experimental investigation is that the role of independent performance testing lab has gained importance in last few years to do the simulation of worst loading condition as per the design criteria and putting the truly representative full-scale specimen of real size building through a series of tried and tested procedures to validate the theoretical assumptions used during design. Once a representative full-scale specimen is tested to the specific and specified conditions and certified, the design, detailing, quality of production, and installation methods can be safely assumed to deliver the value it is expected to provide. So that's the major takeaway of this experimental investigation. I must say that our prefab system, that is 3S prefab system, is the first precast technology to have been tested in India on full-scale real-size building specimen to prove its acceptance as laid down in Indian standard as well as CPWD guidelines. A similar testing protocol shall be employed for other system technologies which do not have formal standard for their analysis, design, and detailing. It is very important to use only those technologies through the experienced technology implementers which have been tested on real size full scale specimens and proved its credibility in terms of strength, ductility, as well as resilience. After doing this, then only one can say that my construction is a sustainable construction. This is very particularly essential for those technologies or systems that do not have formal national standards, and hence all the stakeholders should promote only such technologies which have been tested and demonstrated to perform well under intended loading conditions in India. Apart from those tests, how the sustainability is ensured? See, the sustainability is basically whatever natural resources we are consuming in construction, the use must be optimal, and we should not require to carry out repairs and maintenance every now and then. So the critical factors are basically stability. That stability can be addressed through performance testing, full scale testing, the structural stability. Apart from that, there is another important parameter, that is after constructing the building, there must be some additional test which will ensure that the construction is also happening as per the acceptance standards and provisions. So floor load tests are also required to be conducted, and we do conduct such tests on representative floors selected at randomly. The provisions are there in IS 456 how to conduct the floor load test and what is the acceptance criteria. So floor load tests are conducted. The loading is given with the help of concrete blocks or any other sandbags. Apart from floor load tests, the wet areas, particularly the balconies, then the bathroom, toilets, those are subjected to pond test, a water pond test, and whether any seepages or leakages are happening, that is also ensured. Now, I'll just show you where exactly this system has been used. These are basically the case studies. This project is mass housing project at Taloja, wherein we built in 3 phases. The first phase was of 15,000 houses in buildings of G plus 14 story. The second phase was about 8,500 houses, again G plus 14, and few buildings were G plus 22 stories. And the third phase comprises of 24,000 houses in the buildings of S still plus 26, 27 stories. So these are the actual photographs of the construction site. You will find that there is hardly any prop or shuttering material required at site. The construction sites are relatively neater and cleaner as compared with the conventional construction. So this construction technique or precast construction technique is more sustainable and more adaptable to these sustainability aspects. Even the retaining walls, the water tanks are also constructed using precast wall panels. So a minimal shuttering material is required. The embodied energy that goes into construction is thus restricted to bare minimum possible. Again, the minimum number of laborers are required. So the resources which are required for construction are to the bare minimum possible in precast system. And what is the outcome of this? See, the first project, the case study reveals that the completion of flat is 9 flats per day. When the project started and when the project was finished, that duration, and in that duration, how many flats were constructed? We constructed 14,839 flats in 1625 days, working days. So the delivery is 9 flats per day. This delivery, no other system can give 9 flats a day. The conventional system is absolutely, in conventional system, it's absolutely not possible. So this system, the precast construction system, ensures faster delivery in a minimal cost and with minimal resources. The second phase, which was completed, there were 305 buildings, total 5,441 floors, and houses were 37,996, almost 38,000 houses. These homes, the houses were constructed in 2016, 614 days. So the delivery is 15 flats per day. What exactly this project has ensured? The speed, the strength, the safety, as well as sustainability. All 4 parameters can be established, or rather can be achieved, if we deploy such systems which are tried, tested, and proven on each of their credentials. So in the first case study, you find that there were 9 flats per day was the delivery. In second case study, it was 15 flats per day. These are few snapshots of ongoing projects where even the basement is also being built using precast wall panels. So on the left side, left down photo, this is a basement construction happening. On right side, the basement retaining walls, and then on the top left side, the podium level construction with precast columns and beams. These are the snapshots of that project. This project is under construction at Tathavde, Pune. This is a commercial building where the column grids are 8.5 meter by 8 meter. It's a commercial building. Heavy loading is there. So the column sizes are little bit larger. So lot of works have been constructed with precast construction system in various parts of India. Apart from us, there are many other players who are also using precast systems. And after completion, these are the few photographs of few selected projects, how the building looks like. You will find that once the building is completed, no one can distinguish whether it is with precast or with cast in situ or with any other construction system. So the adaptability to the end user is, there is no question of adaptability. The left side project is at Bangalore. There were 648 dwelling units only, 1.73 lakh square meter was the built up area. The right side is again at Morwadi, Pune, 863 dwelling units. So the aesthetic, any architectural features can be integrated in the precast engineering, precast planning, and the components can be manufactured accordingly. So there are basically practically no limitations per se. The project cost could be 133 crore or could be even 2,400 crore. These buildings are Sidco project, where the project cost was 1,125 crore. See, in the earlier slide, I explained it was the cost was 123 crore. The another project is 1,100 crore. This project is at Delhi. Delhi is in seismic zone 4. There we built 11,400 houses in the first phase. The cost was 4,800 crore. Any elevation or any aesthetic is possible in precast. This is another project at Taloja, Navi Mumbai. This is of EWS and LIG houses. The cost of project was 3,374 crores and dwelling units were 14,800. The buildings were steel plus 25 and 26 story. This is the highest high-rise building which has been constructed in India using precast. This is one of the top 6 building all over the world in precast reinforced cement concrete construction. This building is at Pahadi Goregaon. The height of this building is 119 meter, almost 120 meter, and the building is of 35 plus 3 podium and 1 steel, so total 39 story. This 39-story building was also completed using precast component, and prior to construction of this building, the full-scale test was conducted. So this is what is the sustainable precast construction and how the sustainability aspect as well as quality aspect have been incorporated and integrated into the precast building system. The last slide shows the 80-meter high building, 100-meter high as well as 120-meter high. So far the highest building which has been constructed using precast reinforced cement concrete in India is 39-story building at Goregaon, Mumbai. Was constructed by us only, designed by me only. It's a 120-meter high building. With this, I end my presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Sir, were any design consideration for joints and connections are done to ensure the seismic safety of the structure?
Sure. Shall I show you how the detailing happens?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Let me open that. Yeah. See, initially, the planning is done that where to locate the shear walls or columns, how many components are to be identified, how many components are required for that particular construction depending on the cranage capacity. So the first exercise is basically planning of the members. And I'll come to your specific question. Okay.
Okay, sir.
See, the members in seismic resistant design, it is very important that the precast system, whatever will be used, must be an emulative jointing system. What is emulative jointing system? Emulative is basically which emulates with cast in situ construction. The critical parameter is that to get the integrity and ductility and robustness, it is very essential that the reinforcement of one element gets anchored into the adjoining elements through in situ jointing. The system shouldn't have a dry jointing method. So, for high rise construction, we have come up with a peculiar wall, shear walls. The walls are basically on the left side, the bottom photo shows that the walls, when they are manufactured, when they are precast, they have a hollow inside, and these walls get erected at site, and then in the hollow part the reinforcement is placed and this portion gets concreted. So also the beams are partial precast. The reinforcement from the beam ends gets anchored inside the column or these cores. The staircases are also, the reinforcement is projecting above, that gets anchored inside the beam or adjoining slab. And the slabs are also half slabs. I'll come to the joint detail. Okay.
Yes, sir.
See, this shows that the lower story walls, the reinforcement is projecting above from the core, and this precast wall is erected. There are hollow cores. This reinforcement gets anchored inside the core, and after erection, the core gets concreted. One second, I'll come to that. Now, this is the jointing method. On the left side, this is called as emulative jointing system. This middle bottom photo shows a dry jointing system. The dry jointing system is not recommended in seismic prone areas. On the right side, you will see that the precast element has a reinforcement protruding out from the edges as well as from the bottom. And then this joint is concreted after erection at site.
Okay.
So this is the drawing, the schematic drawing, how the elements gets connected. The bottom part is a plan wherein the shear wall is shown, and the darker side is basically a beam. The reinforcement is projecting out that gets anchored inside the core. On the left side also there is a beam. The reinforcement gets anchored inside the core. If we take a section, vertical section, this is how is the reinforcement arrangement at the beam wall or beam column joint.
Okay, sir.
Then at the foundation level, the reinforcement gets projected above. This is a pile. Basically, for this building, there was a pile foundation. So after completing the pile, the raft is cast. The pile raft is cast. From the pile raft, the dowels are kept. On these dowels, the upper wall gets erected. The stem wall gets erected. And then the hollow portion gets concreted after erection. This is another joint detail. This is a beam, then the column or vertical element, then the slab element, And this is how the reinforcement gets anchored from one element to other element. In the emulative jointing system, it's not 100% precast, it's a partial precast. Almost 80% concrete, or the elements of 80% concreting is done in the factory, and the 20% concrete happens at site after erection. This 20% cast in situ concrete facilitates anchorage of reinforcement from one element into the other element. Is that clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one more question I had. Can we use sandwich panels or ferrocement or any other such type of thing if for precast construction?
Yeah, we can use the sandwich panel. There is only one rather, the sandwich panels can be used as non-structural panels, because sandwich panel necessarily has, one is a concrete panel, another concrete panel, and in between two there is an insulation layer.
Yes, sir.
So these two concrete leaves do not have interconnections, and
Yes.
if two leaves do not have interconnections, that performs very poorly, particularly in case of lateral shaking. May it be under wind, may it be under seismic. So such panels can be used as a non-structural panels, non-load bearing elements.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other participants have any question?
I think there are no questions.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
In online, actually, very few people ask the question.
Yeah,
yes,
that's the reason why. That's the reason I
I have
always
one
prefer.
question. Hello,
Sorry.
sir.
Yes.
I have one question. Sir, as nowadays terrorist attack has been increasing in number, sir. Sir, if the same building is exposed to the blast event, how can we ensure its sustainability?
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
Sir, nowadays terrorist attack has been increasing in number.
Hmm.
If the same building is exposed to the blast event, how can we ensure its sustainability?
The building can be designed even for blasting actions. See, the criticalities are only in case of jointing. Now, when the system has the ductility, basically what exactly is needed in case of blast action, the design under the blast action, the structure must have adequate ductility. It's not that the structure should be completely resistant for the blasting action, but structure should be in a manner which can be repaired after a certain level of blast action. That exactly is the basic design principle even for seismic design. See, for seismic design, you all know that, say for example, if it's a seismic zone 4, then the maximum earthquake, MCE, maximum credible earthquake, is 0.24. For what forces we design the structure? Z by 2. So we reduce the credible earthquake to design level earthquake and by 50%. Then again this 50% is reduced by response reduction factor. Now what exactly is the response reduction factor? The response reduction factor is basically how the structure will respond to the earthquake event or to a blast event. In case of column beam frame structure, the response reduction factor stipulated by Indians IS 1893 is 5. So we reduce that DBE again by 1/5. That is, first we reduce by 50% and then we reduce it to 20%. That means we design only for 10 to 12% of maximum credible earthquake. Then what happens? Why this 10 to 15% design is considered to be safe and acceptable? It's only because the structure has that level of ductility. So structure will undergo some cracking, but it will not collapse and it will not endanger the lives of the occupant. There will be adequate time, enough time to evacuate the occupants or even if the occupants are not evacuated, nothing will fall on the occupant, and there won't be any life threatening in that structure. So that's the design principle. The same principle can be adopted even for blast resistant design. Apart
Sir,
from that, there are another provisions which are also incorporated in this design. Those are progressive collapse provision. In case one element collapses, the whole structure should not collapse. That is basically a progressive collapse mechanism. That also gets addressed in the construction. May it be precast, may it be cast in situ. I hope I have clarified your question.
so sir, can we say that if we have designed a precast structure for seismic resistance, so can we say that it will perform okay, like desirable in blast as well? Can we
See,
ensure that?
if the blast, there is an Indian standard on blast, blast loading also. If the seismic zone, let's say Mumbai lies in seismic zone 3, Nagpur lies in seismic zone 2, Delhi lies in seismic zone 4. Of course, those zones will get upgraded in the recently revised Indian standard. If the blast is equivalent to that, then yes, if the structure is designed for seismic activity, it can resist the blast to that extent. But if the blast forces are more than the seismic design force, naturally the governing case will be the blast loading, not the seismic loading.
Okay, sir. So, is any research going on related to blast or any other related to seismic also? Any R&D project?
Sorry,
Any ongoing R&D project if it's there from your firm?
we recently completed this, the full scale loading or other full scale test for two structure, and then tests were conducted. First event, earthquake event, second earthquake event, third earthquake event. So the same structure was subjected to 3 earthquake event
Okay.
without any repair, and we
Okay.
found that the structure has adequate ductility as well as there were hardly any cracks. That exercise has been completed. As far as blast loading is concerned, see, all the residential buildings are not supposed to be designed for blast loading.
Yes, sir.
It's only required for important structure like nuclear reactors or airport buildings or parliamentary buildings or hospitals, few selected hospitals, the particularly few connected links, infrastructure links, bridges and all, those are supposed to be designed for blast forces, not all the structure, because otherwise the cost of construction will be enormous and the probability of getting the blast loading is hardly anything. The life of the structure, the housing, particularly today's session is on the housing.
Yes.
So what exactly is what is the life of housing typically in India? 50 years is considered as a reasonable life of any housing. Why 50 years? The critical factor is that after every 10 years, our development control regulation changes. About 20 years ago in Pune, the FSI, permitted FSI was only 1.1. Now it is 2.5 to 4. So every occupant after 30 years wishes to increase their house. So they opt for demolition of the house
Yes, sir.
and get the additional FSI. So typically we must think of to what extent the we should spend in housing for that particular service life.
Yes, sir.
So, any other query? Okay, so thank you so much, sir. On the behalf of the organizing team and the participants, I extend heartful gratitude to you for delivering such a insightful and inspiring session today. Sir, your valuable experience and deep knowledge of the precast and prefabricated construction and technology and the vision for the sustainable urban development have truly enriched our understanding. And again, your practical insights, real world experience, and live testing videos how you shared will surely guide us in our professional and the academic pursuit. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Sir,
you.
at the last, I would like to add one thing, sir. Even if people see such thousand presentation, the work you have done in the field, it's very hard to even imagine for all of them. Because I was there in BG Shirke and I know that in those days, whatever structure we were handling, those are so complicated that people could not even imagine that this many complication could be there in any one particular structure. So again, this your lecture is again very well organized, sir, and it was very nice again to see all those images and all those models which we have developed since last so many years as a precast element structures. And again, thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. I
Yes,
request that since you all are faculty members,
yes,
my sincere request is that visit our site, visit our factory, hmm, plan a visit. See, the factory at Mumbai is the single largest factory in Asia. So everything is available in India. Unless the faculty knows that these things are happening in India on such a scale, you will not be able to emphasize or create the interest in the students. And the industry needs students who are having this kind of exposure and this kind of inclination. So my sincere request is that please plan a visit to Mumbai. Maybe our site is just going on in Nagpur also at Empress Mill. We are building one commercial building at Empress Mill. So the construction has just started, but the factory is not at Empress Mill. The factory is quite far away. The best site which you can visit is Mumbai at Navi Mumbai, Taloja. So
We will
plan a
surely
visit. Do
plan.
let me know whatever is convenient to you. We will be most delighted to showcase what exactly is happening in precast construction. Thank you.
Thank you so
yes, sir.
much.
Definitely, sir. We will plan something so that people will understand about all these precast element structures.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes,
And also try to start a course
yes, sir.
on precast
Definitely.
construction.
Yes, we have the courses, sir, but yes, the work which we do in the field, it is completely different from the work which we study in the, you can say, syllabuses or
Yeah,
courses.
yeah. So the best way is that have some industry experts,
Collaboration, yes.
call them collaboration, call them for presenting the case studies, some design studies, some research studies, so that the students will get exposed to such innovations or such advancement.
Yes, definitely, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
once again, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now all the participants are kindly requested to your Atal portal with your registered mail ID and password. The online test will be available from 6:30 to 7:15 p.m. today in your Atal registered ID. And again, you have to give the feedback also, and it is mandatory for the certificate. And again, one more announcement: the validatory session the validatory session of our FDP will be held today from 7:30 to 8. So we request all the participants to kindly join on the time and be the part of the concluding session. So thank you so much all the participants for the listening. Thank you so much. All are requested to go through your Atal ID and submit your online test and feedback. Harshal sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I close the recording?
Yes, you can
Yes,
close
you
the
can close the
recording.
recording.
Okay.